and welcome here to Patterson Field. It is time for some AISA State Championship Baseball, and I'm super excited about it. Thrift Behringer on the call from Sports Visions, and I'm joined alongside my partner in crime who's done a myriad of games with me this year from basketball, football, and now baseball, Richard Holdridge of the Sports Beat with Richard Holdridge and, of course, Sports Vision. Richard, we got a fantastic matchup today. Early midday baseball in a very historic stadium, and I'm looking forward to talking about that later on in the broadcast. But we got Glenwood number 1, we got Macon East number 2. What are you excited to see?
Well, Montgomery is a very familiar place for the Glenwood Gators. A football championship here and a basketball championship. It's nice to see that sea of orange down the third base line. I'm excited about this state championship between Glenwood and Macon East. And Jacob Page, that's the player, the pitcher you want on the mound for game one. And Coach Fanning has all the confidence in the world. Jacob Page getting the start here in game one.
He's getting the start. He's 11-0. He's got a 1.67 ERA, and he has been phenomenal. Last week he had a few mishaps. He gave up 3 runs, but completed the game, went all 7 innings. And there's a high fly ball that's going to be into shallow right, coming in and making the play. Nice job for out number 1. It's Wyatt Tharp.
Great job by Wyatt Tharp, patrolling the shallow part of the right field to get that first out. And the first pitch, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
When Jacob Page is throwing first pitch strikes and the Macon East batters are swinging at the first pitch.
So Macon East, where are they from? Cecil, Alabama. They're one of the rivals for Glenwood. Of course, Lee Scott's number 1, but Macon East would be number 2. Glenwood only has 4 losses this year, 1 to Calvary that's in this area, and another one right here to Macon East. They played 3 times. Glenwood won 2 out of the 3 in the one series they did play this year. Pitch on the way is a first pitch ball for Jacob Page. The first out right there was a shortstop, Gunnar Justice from Macon East. Now is the pitcher, number 24, Matthew Kitchens. So out of all the teams in the AISA, I think this is the matchup that gives Glenwood the, most intrigue heading into the state championship. They've been dominant all season, and they pretty much dominate everyone that's been in their way. They're 5-0 against Lee Scott, but Macon East does have an opportunity to maybe sneak one out. If they get a game 1 victory, who knows what could happen. And there's another pop fly that's going to head into the outfield. Aaron Burton loses his hat, but able to make the play for out number 2.
You thought you were on pins and needles last week with Lee Scott Academy. Very close games. This is going to be the similar situation because Macon East, even in one of the losses, it was a back-and-forth game.
Oh, yeah.
A very close game. It was a high-scoring game.
It was a high-scoring game, and now up to bat for Macon East is Jay Boroff. And Page is trying to get out of this inning with only pitching about 4 pitches, which I know will make Coach Fanning happy and will make Jacob Page happy. As the less pitches he pitches in every inning, the longer he'll be able to go and the more effective he will be. Even though in the 4 games, we call it 4 games he's pitch on the way, and there is ball 2. They make 2-0. I mean, from this high up, because we are in the press box, both of them look like strikes, and I'm assuming because the umpire is going to say, ha, so we can actually hear him, or at least point.
Exactly.
Because he is not doing us any justice to know if it's a ball or strike. And that's a hit batter right there.
All right, which means Jacob Page will go to the stretch. But with 2 outs, just trying to get out of this inning.
Yeah.
That's what they got to do. Macon East, the Knights, out of Cecil, Alabama. That's in Macon County, which is the seat of Montgomery. You would think this would be the home crowd would favor Macon East because of their proximity to Patterson Field here in Montgomery.
Well, never underestimate the power of Glenwood and the Glenwood fans. We are live on Beam, and they are the East Alabama internet, cable, and phone provider. You can find us on one of their channels and also on their YouTube channel. Just search Beam 7 in YouTube, and you'll see us live there. I'm also live on my Facebook page, Thrift Behringer. But make sure you go on and subscribe to Beam 7. And there's a line rocket shot that's going to be a single right there. Nice job by Wyatt getting in front of it, making sure that it's not a 2-out extra base hit. So we got first and second, and now up to bat for Macon East is number 5, Thad McKinney.
One thing is that Glenwood needs to make quick work of the batter, Jacob Page, in the stretch. You got 2 runners on for Macon East, and hopefully he can get out of this inning unscathed. Glenwood could get their bats to the bottom of the order. They've been averaging almost 10 runs a game.
Unreal. Actually, we tallied it up last week before Lee Scott. It was like 11.3, 11.4. Obviously, you don't count .3 when you're actually in the game, but the average was at least 11 runs a game and only giving up about 1 or 2. That's how dominant they have been all season. 44-4, 29-0 at home. Slow roller back to the second baseman. Quick play right there and a nice easy toss to Jackson Milam to end the inning. Runners left on first and second. We're going to head to the bottom half of the first inning. It's the AISA 3A state championship game. Glenwood, Macon East, game 1. This game is brought to you by Beam Television, also Sports Visions, and Terry Johnson Agency, LLC, Behringer Construction, LLC, and Alliance Specialty Contractors. We'll be right back. And we're back here at Patterson Field. Behringer, Richard Holdridge. You can listen to me on the Sports Visions radio show every Monday and Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. on 92.1 Smooth R&B. We got a big-time show, me and DJ Jones tomorrow, alongside my partner in crime, Richard Holdridge. And we're here at the 3A AISA State Championship game as ball one is to the leadoff hitter, Lane Griggs.
Griggs is coming into this game averaging .493, 6 home runs, 7 runs batted in.
Pitching right now for Macon East. As we got about 9 different books that we're trying to stay organized up here, but it always managed to happen. Pitcher is Matthew Kitchen, who is on the mound right now. Swing and a miss for strike 2 to make it 1-2 for Lane Griggs. Now, unfortunately, we do have all the stats for Glenwood. We do not for Macon East, so we talked about this all the time. Max Press can be helpful if you use it. Can be a necessary tool for broadcast especially, but when you don't update it that much, it becomes a nuisance. So we will not use any of the stats that are on there because obviously they're not updated. I think there's only like 4 or 5 games they put on there for the season. They obviously played a lot more than that. 2-2 the count to Lane Griggs.
I'm not really sure about their record. It says 16-5. But I'm wondering if it's because Glenwood just plays a lot of games.
But that's something that Coach Fannon's always done. I mean, I'm looking back the years that when I went to school there, and they won 3 straight state championships from 2009, 2010, and 2011. I mean, they played 45, 50 games then. So this is not something uncommon to Glenwood baseball program under the tutelage of Coach Tim Fanning. So we got a 3-2 count to leadoff hitter Lane Griggs.
So Patterson Field, this is the home of Alabama State baseball.
Yep. 3-2 pitch on the way and a high chopper that's going to get through the middle for a base hit. Nice piece of base hitting for Lane Griggs to get off with a leadoff single. And up to bat now is the catcher, Pierce Edwards. Last week when Tyler Sykes was on the mound in Game 2, he had a strikeout throwout and it was one of the best plays I've seen in quite some time of broadcasting doing baseball games, because for one, it was a double play that ended the inning, and it was just a phenomenal game by Tyler Sykes and an even better play by the catcher Pierce Edwards.
Pierce Edwards coming into this game batting .348 with no home runs, 20 runs batted in, and he's had several sacrifice bunts as well with 10.
We are here at the bottom half of the first inning. Another high pitch, and we're going to say 1-1. So we are not the only people up here in the press box that's confused on what the behind the plate umpire is doing. Give us something, give us a signal, something to let us know.
We have to actually look at the scoreboard to see if it's a ball or a strike. But this umpire is just not doing the signals of whether or not it's a ball or a strike. And normally, we've seen umpires do that, where they will do the point the finger in one direction if it's a strike. Sometimes we can even hear them, especially at the proximity of where we are from the field.
2-1 the count to Pierce Edwards. And apparently they think that Lane Griggs is going to take off. And looking at Lane Griggs' stats on the season, stolen bases, he does have 23. He is second on the team behind Wyatt.
Yeah, Wyatt Tharp was in the leadoff spot.
Monroe, yeah. 2-1 pitch. Slow roll up the middle. He's not able to make the tag and wasn't able to get play at first either, so that's going to be, I mean, we would consider that a hit, right?
I would say that's a hit. He attempted the tag. The second baseman attempted the tag, but good job by Griggs getting out of the way.
Right.
I mean, he didn't go out of the baseline.
And it had a bad hop because it looked like the pitcher, Matthew Kitchens, was going to be able to make the play, but it hopped right past his glove, and then it slowly rolled to the second baseman. And now up to bat is the man, the myth, the legend, the best baseball player probably in the AISA and one of the best baseball players in the state, Jackson Milam. We have called a home run for him every single game we've called a Glenwood, and we've called 5 of them this year now, going on 6. So that is 5 home runs he's hit.
Yes, he's batting .411, 19 home runs, 56 runs batted in, leading the team in both categories.
And has a .411 batting average as well. Going to South Alabama next year.
The Jaguar in the Sun Belt.
Pitch on the way, 0-1, and there's a rocket base hit, and that's going to score a run. He's waving, Coach Fannon's waving Griggs around. Let's see if he's going to wave. Nope. It's going to be a double for Jackson Milam, and this is exactly how the Glenwood Gators bats wanted to start, and they're up 1-0, and nice piece of base hitting from one of the best hitters in baseball, or AISA baseball, Jackson Milam.
He took it to left center, a gapper, and a good job by the Knights left fielder to make sure that it was stayed to double. It was a stand-up double for Jackson Milam. However, only 1 run scored on that, but the Glenwood Gators have runners in scoring position with no out.
And here's Brennan McCrane, AISA Glenwood State Championship basketball player, had the game winner with Coach Purdue. And you know what the crazy thing is, there's strike 1 right there for McCrane. As I was talking to Coach Purdue, I was like, man, who are these 2 tall, lanky, athletic basketball players you have on your team? And he's like, man, they're better baseball players. I'm like, whoa, what? Because they're really good basketball players too, so that's their second sport. They want to plan on going to college for baseball. 0-1 pitch to McCrane, and that's going to be over the first baseman's head. 1-1 will score for Pierce Edwards. Here comes Jackson Milam, and that's going to be a diving double for Brandon McCrane. Back-to-back doubles from the third and fourth hitters in the Glenwood lineup, and it's 3-0 Glenwood now.
If you remember in that first game against Lee Scott Academy, Glenwood was down by 1 run. Brandon McCrane was the one who came up with the clutch hit to put Glenwood up by 1, and then he scored for the insurance one. Glenwood won the game 5-3.
So he has a clutch gene, is what you're saying. He has a clutch gene in basketball. He's got
shot here in Montgomery, over I think at the one of those stadium here arenas here in Macon or Montgomery, Macon County.
Against guess who? Macon East.
Macon East.
They played Macon. Glenwood played Macon East in the state championship game in basketball. Played Lee Scott in the semifinal, and then in baseball played Lee Scott in the semifinal. Macon East in the state championship.
Unreal.
As I said, Lee Scott, Macon East, Glenwood, those are the premier schools in the AISA. Wyatt tries to show bunt. Throw down to second base. Not in time, though.
Good play by McCrane getting back there. Wyatt Tharp. He averages 4.36 batting average, 2 home runs, 40 runs batted in. But get this, he's got 36 stolen bases. We saw him steal like 3 times in one game when he was the leadoff hitter. Great speed. He's at the bottom of the 6th in the lineup.
And that's a nice bunt. That's going to definitely move the run over. He may get in time. Yes, a terrible throw. And Wyatt gets up in time. Run scores for Brandon McCrane. He's going to stop at second. So we're going to have a hit, then and then a throwing error right there by the third baseman for Macon East, and it's 4-0 Glenwood now. Man, this is not the start Macon East wanted, and you're already seeing the coach coming out to try to settle his players down because Glenwood's hitting on all cylinders here in this first inning.
And what a perfect bunt. And the speed of Tharp, he knew he was going to beat the front. But it was a rush throw.
Right.
Went behind the first baseman and was able to score a run. It's already 4-0.
This game is brought to you by Sports Visions. Again, listen to me and DJ Jones on the Sports Visions radio show every Monday and Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. We have a ton of great guests on, and we always keep it local, regional, and national. DJ pulls out a phenomenal guest list. I would say it doesn't matter how big the person is. They're coming on the Sports Vision show. Always enjoy being a part of that. We're live on Beam Television, Beam 7 on your YouTube channel. Just go and subscribe there. I'm live on Thrift Behringer Facebook page. And the game is brought to you by our sponsors, Behringer Construction LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, and Terry Johnson Agency. Now here's the pitcher, Jacob Page.
Batted .416, and he's got 2 home runs, 3 home runs, 51 runs.
Also one of the sponsors, Greeny White and Associates, the logistics people in the Opelika, Auburn area. Strike 1 right there to Jacob Page.
Nice pitch by Kitchens, right on the outside corner.
Live at Patterson Field here in Montgomery.
Now, the old AA team used to play here in Montgomery. Rebels, yes,
Definitely not old man. Definitely not old man.
The Montgomery Biscuits.
Legend, if that. So we're going to say legend before we say old man.
But the Biscuits moved to the new ballpark in downtown.
Ron Frazier from the Citizen. He probably even covered me when I played at Glenwood. He's been part of this Citizen for a long time. Love reading his articles. Trust me, I didn't have a lot of articles written in the Ledger unless I had a huge game, but I always had something written about the games on the Citizen, and I have all those paper clippings still at my parents' house. All right, 1-2 the count to Jacob Page. Matthew Kitchens trying to get out of this jam. No outs. Man on second is White. He's got a sizable lead. There is a high roll that's going to go right up the middle. Another base hit, another high rolling ground ball that gets through the middle of the infield. And now it's 5-0 Glenwood.
Great patience by Jacob Page, and they're hitting the gaps. I know they're probably not used to playing here. We've been calling all the Glenwood games at their ballpark, but this is like familiar territory for Glenwood. And of course, they're familiar with the Montgomery.
If you're watching right now on my Facebook page, go ahead and move yourself to the YouTube channel as well. Toygar, who is a phenomenal producer and makes these broadcasts as professional as ever. It's got a scoreboard and everything. I just have it live right here so I can give everyone an opportunity to be able to keep up with the game. But the main broadcast is on Beam 7 YouTube channel, so make sure you go and subscribe there. And we're also live on my Facebook page. It is 5-0 Glenwood right now. No outs. And right now, only 1 error, though. 6 hits. And Glenwood is not slowing down. Lucas Holman's up the bat now, and he was in running for AISA Basketball Player of the Year. He had a 40-point game during the season, was an integral part of that state championship team, and he's also a really good baseball player as well for Glenwood. And he has a 2-0 pitch. 2-0 pitch on the way is low for 3-0. 3-0 the count right now. And if you're Kitchens, I mean, obviously this is not the start you want. I mean, but the world has not ended yet. It's only the first inning. But Oh, so we just got word they do have someone warming up in the bullpen.
You can see, actually, both teams have bullpens. It's over on the right field side. It's a pretty nice bullpen. This is a really nice ballpark.
Yeah.
You know, the Montgomery Biscuits, the AA team, they actually moved to the new ballpark downtown.
Right.
But of course, Alabama State baseball plays here.
One of my good friends, Josh Horace, he was a phenomenal basketball player at Central and then went on to play at Alabama State.
Very close to the Cramden Bowl as well.
Yep. Where Glenwood lost to Lee Scott in the state championship game.
There in that multiplex right by the football stadium.
3-0 the count. And there's a strike to make it 3-1. So they already got someone warming up in the bullpen. But if you're making East, you don't want to use too many pitchers in this first game, especially when it's already 5-0. So you got to be careful there because you don't want to run out of arms going into the second game, possibly being down 1-0 in the series. 3-1 pitch, and that's going to be ball 4 to make it first and second. Still no outs, and here comes the center fielder, Aaron Burton.
Aaron Burton, I mean, he's known for his just outstanding fielding in center field. He's batting .291, no home runs, 25 runs batted in. Also, a football player on the Glenwood football team, and he was Dallas Crow's favorite target. He was one of the top wide receivers for Glenwood football, and just great all-around athlete. Looks like Glenwood's going to bat through the lineup here in the first inning with no outs.
And almost looked like it want to be a phenomenal bunt that goes out of play.
Anytime you're a player that got some speed down the line, you put down a phenomenal bunt, you can beat it out. I think that Burton is just trying to bunt himself to hit. Got to say, big shout out to WRBL's Jack Patterson. He's right down here.
In the building.
Knew he would make the way to.
Well, I texted him on Monday, and he'll be on the Sports Vision radio show on Thursday. I texted him, like, are you going? He's like, I don't know yet. We got to be here. We got to be there. That's the way of life as a sports director and broadcaster for these news stations around the area. But I had a feeling he was going to be at the state championship game.
I had a feeling he was going to be here, too.
1-1 the count to Aaron Burton.
It is an early start. It's 11 o'clock Eastern.
10 o'clock local time here in Montgomery.
Absolutely.
He gets off the mound.
This stadium is packed out with both Macon East and Glenwood fans. You can see the orange on the third base side. You have the Macon East colors, the blue and red, and they got their tints, and they are ready to go.
And there's going to be a ball that's going to nice jump right there and good steal for Camden White, who came in as a pinch runner. I know his dad, Matthew White, really well. I remember when Camden, I see a lot of these kids I remember because I used to umpire at Phoenix City Little League. They all came through that, so I remember a lot of their names during that time period about 6-7 years ago. And coincidentally enough, that was the last time Glenwood won a state championship game in 2017. They shared something. One of the players, Nick Adams, who went on to go play at Columbus State, he was on that team. They were really good. They won also a basketball state championship that same year, so looks like they're trying to do the same thing this year in the 2016-17 season. 3-1 pitch to Aaron Burton. And there's strike 2 to even the count full at 3-2.
That's one of those pitches in the hitter's count. Pitching, he's just going to throw it right down the middle. And Burton's been patient at the plate. Eating the count, making it all the way to full. Extending his pitches. He's still no outs.
No outs. And there's ball 4. Bases are loaded for the second baseman, Jackson Griggs. No outs. Nobody's in the bullpen anymore. I'm assuming that he's pretty much ready to come out onto the field when it's time to make the change. And I'm wondering if he can't get this 9-hitter out, which is still a really good hitter in Jackson Griggs, are they going to pull him before the top of the lineup comes up? And just like when Lane Griggs hit a rocket shot to start off this inning with a single. And there's strike 1 to Jackson Griggs.
Griggs batting .304, no home runs, 34 runs batted in. You talk about this lineup for Glenwood, top to bottom, great hitters that is able to put the ball in play at any time. And look who's on deck at the top of the order. Still.
Kitchen's pitch on the way, and he just hits him either in the head or the back, and that's going to bring in a run, and he obviously is very flustered, and you're doing him a disservice by keeping him in the game. But I don't see anybody coming out of the dugout right now for making these. So here comes Lane Griggs. It's 6-0. Bases are loaded, and there are no outs right now. I'm wondering what Coach Fanning's asking.
Well, Lane Griggs, he started the first inning, which we're still in, with a single, and he scored a run. I mean, that's what you want from your leadoff hitter. We didn't have an opportunity to see Lane Griggs in that first game against Monroe Academy, but he was inserted back into the lineup as the leadoff hitter for Lee Scott Academy series. I want to talk about that series up there.
But before you do that, I have to mention, Glenwood's 14-1 in region play.
Yes.
Their only one loss was to this Macon East team. It was in extra innings. They lost by 1 run. So pretty much tells you they've had no problem with everyone in the region. So Macon East has their hands full, and right now this is not how you want to start against a team that is a behemoth and is 44-4 on the season. All right, here's Lane Griggs. He already led off the inning with a single, and that ball's going to go out of play. We do have a crack right there in the window, so obviously a baseball has hit. Either has hit that or something else happened here at the press box before I say something wrong. Yeah. Griggs trying to clear the bases here. 6-0 Glenwood, and a swing and a miss right there to make it 0-2. The whole game, but I enjoy those type of games. It's the games that are 21-0 and 15-0 where you start running out of things to talk about. And as much information as we have in our heads about sports, still become a tough time. And there's a rocket right to the shortstop. Double play? Yes, indeed. So nice job turning the double play. A run does score. Burton goes to third. So now we got 2 outs. Glenwood leads 7-0 here at the top of the first inning.
Interesting note, even though the run scores, he does not get credit for the RBI because he was grounded into a double play. Baseball.
Wow. Well, that's a good bit of information to drop on us. Nice nugget right there, Richard.
Jackson Griggs got hit by a pitch. He gets credit for the RBI. So every time you walk in a run, oh yeah, you got to keep up with the baseball. I'm a big baseball stats guy.
Obviously, I see that. You're a baseball aficionado. Run on third, 2 outs. Here's Pierce Edwards. Edwards right to the first baseman, and after 11 hitters come up for Glenwood, 6 hits, 7 runs, we head to the top of the second. Glenwood is putting it on Macon East so far early in this game, 7-0. This game is brought to you by Beam Television, also Sports Visions, Behringer Construction LLC. For all your home remodeling needs, call Glenn Behringer. Turn your house into your dream home, 706-249-1099. Alliance Specialty Contractors, full service, better known roofing and restoration company. Jody Crum and his staff do an excellent job making sure they take care of you. Those insurance adjusters, they try to take advantage of you. Jody Crum and his staff are going to make sure that does not happen. Terry Johnson Agency LLC, home, auto, church, life. Call 706-324-6360. And Greeny White and Associates, a Landstar logistics agency that can help you specialize in providing freight shipping solutions whenever you need them. As soon as independent Landstar agency, we have access to one of the largest logistics networks in the industry. Thank you, Greeny White and Associates, Terry Johnson Agency, Alliance Specialty Contractors, and Behringer Construction. We'll be right back. It's Glenwood in the AISA 3A state championship game against Macon East. At least 7-0 heading to the second. All right, we're back here at Patterson Field. We stand corrected. Alabama State does not play here. You're wrong on that, Richards. Thank you for correcting us. They actually play at their stadium they have at the university and on campus. And Jacob Page is on the mound. He leads. He has a 7-run lead for him, and up to bat for Macon East is Jack Jones. And that is going to be in straight to Wyatt. And Thorpe gets the first out of the inning. Jack Jones, the second baseman's out. Now coming up is the third baseman, number 12, Dalton Nichols.
I tell you what, in that top of the first inning, Jacob Page could have got into some trouble. He had 2 runners on base, but he was able to get out of that jam.
And now
He's got a 7-run lead.
And
he's got some insurance runs. He can work with his pitches.
And you know he has to feel more comfortable now.
More confident,
He feels more confident, as you said, and he less stressful going on the mound knowing you're leading 7-0 and you haven't given up 7 runs in a game all season. Heck, you haven't even given up more than 3. So I think he's pretty much okay in that aspect. 1-0 the count. Two and 0 now.
One thing I like about Jacob Page is he's at command of the fastball. From here up at the press box, we see that the velocity of the fastball really has been pumping down the batter's box.
And there's a high fly ball that's going to definitely be foul. Is it going to stay in the park? It does.
But I really like the view that we're up here in the press box there, because we can see just about everything that the ball actually comes off the bat.
And I thought a lot of the fans did something smart. They brought their tents. They were able to set them up, and because of the way you can adjust how high and low that the tent can go, they're able to fix that onto the bleachers, and they make sure to come prepared. And there's a slow roller to the second baseman. Easy play for Jackson Griggs for the second out of the inning. One of my favorite teachers, Ann Reagan, she always says, if you fail to prepare, prepare to fail. So that's how I always go in life.
That is a good goal to have. Grinding and preparing.
I knew you were going to pull I knew you were pulling the grinding out when I said that. Grinding was about to come out of your mouth. I knew it.
Is that one of those crutch words, you think?
Well, that and phenomenal.
Talking about that was definitely a crutch word.
Yeah. Everyone has that, though. I still do this day. I'll go back and listen to a broadcast or a game and strike one right there. And up to bat is Cam Bell, the left fielder. Everyone's going to have crutch words in the moment because you're trying to talk, quickly, and you're not really thinking about what you're saying. You're trying to think about what you're about to say next. Sometimes you'll use the same words over and over again. 1-1 the count. 2 outs here at the top of the second. 7-0 Glenwood.
And also, we idolize broadcasters that have these catchphrases. We want to be like them. That's how I was when I was a kid.
2-1 the count. Again, Thrip Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call live at Patterson Field. Part of Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage. And Beam as well, live streaming on their YouTube channel. Type in Beam7. Shout out to Toy Guard. 3-1 the count. And I will say the umpire has not been very favorable with the strikes. It looks like his strike zone is very small. I know we're way up here in the press box, but some of these pitches look like strikes. And there's strike 2 to make it 3-2 the count. And we're going to cross our fingers because there is a small percentage or chance of rain when the second game's supposed to start, so knock on wood that doesn't happen. Swing and a miss. Oh, we're going to say foul ball. Still 3-2 the count.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the weather forecast for Montgomery, Alabama. And this according to weather, but it's looking like a 30% chance at 6. Some weather
Okay.
apps are different.
Well, again, I checked it last night, and exactly. If you don't check it right at the moment that you're like the day of, if you check it the day before, it could be different the day of.
But the person who really knows the weather, predicts the weather the best,
I think you're going to say Bob Jeswell.
Bob Jess from WRBL as well, the Dana Bar.
You're going to get yourself in trouble because you're getting your alliance to one of these. You got to be unique to all of them. And there's ball 4 right there.
Jacob Page is going to have to go through the stretch.
And now here comes the center fielder, Deontay Powell. So runner on first, 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Page delivers. Ball 1.
Very close, just on the outer part of the strike zone, inside. But still, I love the command and control from the fastball of Jacob Page.
And there makes it ball 2. So 2-0 right now. To again, the center fielder, Deontay Powell for Macon East.
And I know that Jacob Page wants to get some 1, 2, 3 innings to keep the pitch count down, but you just got to watch out for that pitch count. You only have a 7-run lead. He's got some runners on base in the first, and now here.
One thing Coach Tim Fanning does have is pitching depth, and he will use every bit of pitching resource he needs to make sure he wins this series. 2-1 the count now. 2 outs here.
We don't have a lineup yet for game 2, but I'm going to guess that Tyler Sykes starts again.
Considering he started the last 2 game 2s we've done in the quarterfinal against Monroe and Lee Scott semifinal game, I think I would go, that would be my estimation too.
Yeah, incredible 1-0 lead against Scott.
Definitely the MVP of that game. 2-2 the count, 2 outs. 2-2 pitch on the way, and that one is going to be chopped out of play. So still stays 2-2.
Staying alive on that pitch. If Macon East is able to continue this inning, we'll have the top of the order coming up here in the second inning for the Knights on Macon East.
And leading off for Glenwood with none other than Jackson Milam. 2-2 pitch on the way. That one got away from him. They make it 3-2 now.
I got to say, for the game that started at 11 Eastern 10 Central, this is quite the crowd from both.
Yeah. Going to come out and support. That's what we're all about. 3-2. Pitch on the way, and that one's foul. Ooh. Into the backstop. Cameras.
You do see a lot of players that have their phones out. They have the Game Changer app. They're able to stream it, release the game, update the stats on the game.
3-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3, got him looking, and a nice job right there by Jacob Page. 1 runner left stranded. We head to the bottom half of the second inning. All Glenwood right now, 7-0. This game is brought to you by Sports Visions, Terry Johnson Agency LLC, home, auto, church, and life. All your insurance needs, call Terry Johnson. Behringer Construction LLC, for all your home remodeling needs, call Glenn Behringer. Turn your house into your dream home at Alliance Specialty Contractors. And, of course, we're live on Beam 7 YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. And we are back here, Beam 7 YouTube channel, East Alabama internet, phone, and cable provider. Live also on Thrift Behringer Facebook page, Sports Visions High School playoff coverage. Yesterday, Patrician in the Class 2A state championship baseball game. Jackson Mylan's up, and he hits that right to the first baseman. 1 pitch, 1 out here for Matthew Kitchens, who still came out here after pretty sluggish first quarter. I mean, not first quarter, first inning. Got basketball on my mind. I did that all the time. Like, literally last week, I kept saying out of bounds. I'm like, geez, I called about 70 basketball games. I got to get my baseball, as I have just butchered that whole sentence. All right, here we go.
Speaking of basketball, Brandon McCrane up to the plate.
And that's going to get right underneath the third baseman's glove for a nice piece of base hitting for Brandon McCrane. A single for him. He had a double last inning. Now he's 2 for 2 on the game.
With 2 runs batted in as well. So Brandon McCrane, who hit the game-winning shot in the championship game against Macon East for basketball right here in Montgomery.
As I was saying, Patrician, who's 2A of the AISA classification, they won the 2A state championship. Glenwood trying to get number 23 in year 23. That is their slogan for this baseball campaign. 23 for 23. And Coach Fan is trying to get number 9. He has 8 since he's been there since 2004. Strike 1.
Wyatt Tharp is 1 for 1 so far, as he's got a single with a run batted in. Part of that big first inning for Glenwood, up 7-0.
7-0 here. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call. He tried to get a timeout, not able to in time. I think he still called that a ball. Oh, he did get time. He did get time, but the umpire, he is not very enthusiastic with his calls and letting everybody know what's going on, and is not helping us out here in the press box. 0-1 the count to Wyatt Tharp. Strike 2 to make it 0-2. I'm going to read the AISA sportsmanship. The AISA has high expectation for our events and the manner in which they are conducted. We are proud of the high level of sportsmanship and character displayed by our students, parents, supporters, and teams. Thank you for your support in this matter.
How long head coach Will Graham for the Knights?
I don't think he wants to waste a lot of pitching in this game. I think he pretty much knows that this is, yeah. Especially with how, it's not just the fact that I don't think he doesn't believe how good his hitters are. I just think he knows how good Jacob Page has been. And he has not given up many runs. He's got a 1.67 ERA. Are you going to waste a lot of pitchers in a game that you know you're pretty much going to lose down 7-0 here in the top of the, bottom of the second inning?
And I do think this is the right move to lead Kitchens. Just give him that experience of getting the batters, and he was able to get Jackson Mile on a first pitch ground out. I mean, he's got some good stuff. He can keep these Glenwood hitters at bay.
Good job, Chase.
Inside pitch to make it 1-2. He also tried to get Brandon McCrane sleeping over at first base. 1-2 the count. I'd say decent weather here in Montgomery. That's low. McCrane gets a decent jump. Good throw, though, but not in time. Brandon McCrane gets a one-out steal. Now he's in scoring position. Set up beautifully, and here Wyatt Tharp has a 2-2 count.
I love that head first slide by McCrane. He's got 18 stolen bases. Good jump. Just a bang play. He was able to get in there.
2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, and there's strikeout number 1 for Mr. Kitchens. So now 2 outs, and here comes the pitcher, Jacob Page. Trying to add some more insurance to his already 7-0 lead here.
Macon East fan, you got to feel confident with Matthew Kitchens. If you can get out of this inning, you got to get out of the game.
That's in the dirt. McCrane gets another good jump, and he steals third. So now that's still number 19 for Brandon McCrane.
When you think of somebody that can steal multiple bases, you think of Wyatt Tharp. But Brandon McCrane is saying to his teammate, you know, I got some speed too. I can get some steals as well. Great jump by McCrane is too capable. He's already on third base.
Well, he's halfway there to catching Wyatt. He's got 19. Wyatt's got 36.
He's got a ways away, but
I don't think he's going to catch him.
no.
And there's a line single up the middle for a base hit. His second of the game brings in Brandon McCrane to make it 8-0 Glenwood.
Jacob Page's second RBI in the game. What a clutch two-out hit.
It is. And they have made a living hitting hard ground balls right up the pitcher's mound past second base. And that's got to be like number 4 or 5 at least in this game. Now Camden White's going to come on to run for the pitcher, Jacob Page, and here comes Lucas Holman to bat.
Lucas Holman walked in that first inning.
And with those 2 steals by Brandon McCrane, I expect Camden White to do something similar. And there's ball 1.
Remember, Lucas Holman, he was the player that scored 40 points in a basketball game.
Yeah. He scored 20 in a game I did with him against Abbeville, the last regular season senior night.
I do remember that game.
You got to call that game.
This really means a lot to you, sir. Being Glenwood being your alma mater, being able to call Glenwood a championship.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's got to be. I'm honored to be part of it.
There's strike 1 to make it 2-1. You know, I played all my years with Coach Purdue and Coach McConnell before going to play college basketball, so that was my main sport. I did play JV and freshman. My freshman year, we won a JV state championship. We beat Macon East, by the way, in that JV state championship, so I know about the rivalry between Glenwood and Macon East. But baseball is just not something I wanted to stick with. I've put all my focus in basketball, but I know about the program. All my best friends played under Coach Fanning. Coach Fanning I've known since I was a little boy. So to be here and knowing everything that Coach Fanning's gone through over the last couple of years with his health, to see him back in action, doing what he loves to do, trying to get his 9th state championship, yeah, that does make me proud. 3-1 pitch on the way to Lucas Holman. And there's a strike to make it 3-2.
Very good breaking ball by Matthew Kitchens.
It looked like it was going to hit him, but it curved in for a strike.
Stuck it out of the way, but it got right there inside the strike. I think the runner would probably go on this pitch with a 3-2 count and 2 outs.
I expect that, especially when it's a pinch runner and a guy that has good speed in Camden White. 3-2 pitch on the way. He does take off. It's ball 4 anyway. And now first and second, here comes Aaron Burton, the center fielder.
Aaron Burton walked his first time up in that first inning. Yeah, that was a tough first inning. Just giving up the 1 run here. You got to think that he's building up his confidence, knowing that he's trying to get unscathed going to the 3rd inning.
First pitch is way outside for ball 1.
Coach Graham does not have anybody warming up in the Macon East bullpen. So being up in the press box, we're able to see both.
Oh, yeah.
Very easy.
We got one of the best views, and we're in air conditioning right now, so there's no complaints from me. 1-0 pitch on the way, and that's going to be fouled out of play to make it 1-1. Heads up.
This is a very special place because right to us to the right, we have the Cramden Bowl. We got the multiplex at the Cramden Bowl. Montgomery Glenwood is very familiar with Montgomery, having a football state championship appearance here, a basketball championship appearance, and a win, and now a baseball championship.
And that pitch is another ball to make it 2-1. He throws it on a second, not in time to get Camden White.
I thought that Chase Lashley had a pretty good throw.
And they play at the Megaplex during the state championship for basketball. During my years playing for a long time, they played at Huntington College.
And then Toygar's telling us they won a volleyball championship here, too.
Oh, wow. We got title, school, Tri-City area.
The Tri-City area titles.
Yes. Right back to the pitcher. Kitchens hurries, throws it to first, and that will do it for the end of the second. Glenwood does score another run. They lead 8-0. We'll go ahead to the top of the third. This game brought to you by Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage. Terry Johnson Agency, home, auto, church, and life. Call Terry Johnson, 706-324-6360. Behringer Construction, LLC, for all your home remodeling needs. Call Glenn Behringer. Turn your house into your dream home, 706-249-1099. And Alliance Specialty Contractors, full-service, veteran-owned roofing and restoration company. Call Jody Crum and staff. Grinny White and Associates as well, Landstar Logistics Agency. Thank you to all our sponsors. And, of course, Beam, as they are the premier, and Toygar's doing a fantastic job broadcasting this game. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, top of the third. Welcome back here. Again, live on Beam 7 YouTube channel. Our cable provider of East Alabama. And Jacob Page on the mound here in the top of the third inning. Up to bat is the leadoff hitter, Gunnar Justice, who
flied out in the first inning. It was a very shallow fly ball to the right fielder, as Wyatt Tharp got a great jump on it.
Again, if you're watching on Thrift Behringer Facebook page, go ahead and move yourself over. I'm trying to move all the traffic just because we got the scoreboard on there, we got graphics, we got everything else, and Toygar's doing a great job producing this and making this thing flow. Beam 7 YouTube channel. Subscribe right now. If you're on my Facebook page, give it a like and share it as well.
I gotta say, Thrift, I've been working with Toygar for over a year now, and he is such an amazing producer. I have a great working relationship with him.
I do love him, but the first time I met him, he came and cracked a joke and told me to get out the gym when we were broadcasting the Glenwood game. I didn't know if he was serious or not. I had me scared for a minute. I was like, and then you looked at me, like, that's just Toygar. And I was like, okay, I'm making sure. And some people can be very fickle about that kind of stuff. 2-2 count to the leadoff hitter, Gunnar Justice. Jacob Page, been one of the best pitchers. And I know I say AISA is their strike three right there, but not just in the AISA, because I think Glenwood's one of the best teams in all of the Tri-City area, and that includes the public and private schools. So that is 11-0, 1.67 ERA, looking to go 12-0. Here comes the pitcher, Matthew Kitchens. But between Jacob Page as a pitcher, Jackson Milam as a hitter, and all of this great players that are on this Glenwood team, they could go anywhere and play. That's how good they are. It doesn't matter if it's public or private.
Absolutely. We also got to watch the pitch count for Jacob Page. He's at 37.
37. Shout out to Ron Frazier, who's helping us out with stats too. I should have read the Citizen. And if you're in East Alabama, you don't read the Citizen. I don't know where you're living right now.
Pretty much, Russell County, Smith Station, Glenwood, all these schools, the Citizen is there, and a big shout out to just all the workers that actually take pictures and write. I used to be a sports writer, so I know it's a tireless job.
It is. And you're always on the go. All right, 0-1 pitch. Page is starting to get up in the 40s now in his pitch count. It's only the third inning. And that one is going to go right to the left fielder, and they are saying that is an out. Nice diving play right there by Lucas Holman. Great defensive stop. I thought it was going to be a base hit. He didn't look like he got a good enough jump on the ball, but still able to dive after it and make that play.
He slid for it. It was in the bread.
Awkward slide, too.
I thought it was going to hit the ground, but he just got it with his glove. And what an amazing catch by Lucas Holman.
Glenwood Gators. 1 out away from heading to the bottom of the third, still up 8-0. We just got confirmation that the run rule is 12 after 4, 10 after 5. 12 after 3, 12 after 3, and 10 after 5. So that means 12 after 3, 12 after 4, and then in the fifth inning, if it's 10 runs, the game will be over. We do have to keep a monitor on that, as it is 8-0 right now. Fouled off to make it 1-1. Jay Boroff.
Hit by a pitch in the first inning, and kind of got the rally going from Macon East. They had 2 runners on.
Right.
Jacob Page was able to regroup and get the ground out to end the inning, and that's really the only inning that Jacob Page got into a little bit of trouble. I know he had a base runner in the second inning, but he has really been in command so far in this game. And past 40 pitches.
No doubt. 1-1 the count. It's going to make it 2-1. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call here. Sports Visions and Beam covering the AISA 3A state championship game. Glenwood Gators going for number 23, state championship number 23. Man, the history at this school, specifically in baseball, has been, as your favorite word, Richard, phenomenal. And there is a foul off for, still make it 2-2 the count. So if you look at Glenwood's history, they won a lot of state championships from 73 to 93. I think it was like 10 to 12 during that period. And then they went about a 12-year stint from 93 to 2005 when Coach Fanning's second year before they won a state championship. From 73 to 93, there was maybe 1 or 2 years they would go without winning a state championship, maybe even 3 the max. Then you go 12 years without winning one. Coach Fanning comes in and makes it back to that way the Glenwood players and when Tim Hudson was playing and everyone else, that's what they're used to seeing. He won one in 05, 07, 2009, 10, and 11. And there's a pop-up that's going to go out of play. So again, 05, 07, 9, 10, 11, 14. I know 16 and 17 in one. I'm thinking it was 2014 too, so that would make 8. This would be number 9.
Macon East won one in 2022 for AISA
AA. So last year they were in 2A, and because of Pike Liberal Arts moving from the AISA, yep.
to 2A.
So Macon East moved up a classification, which when I was playing, they were in the same classification and region. Then they went back down to 2A, and then now back up again, playing in the same region as Glenwood. I mean, it's only about a 45-minute to an hour drive from Cecil to Phoenix City, Alabama. So I don't know why they wouldn't play each other. And same thing with Lee Scott as well. And there's a 2-out walk for Jacob Page. So he's been hit by pitch, Jay Boroff, and now he has a walk.
I would like to see a rivalry between Glenwood and Chambers Academy. They are in the AISA.
But Chambers is too small of a school. Yeah.
Like Springwood is another small.
And shout out to Coach Jason Allen, former Glenwood coach. Went to a state championship in 2012 when he was there from 2011 to 2013. At Chambers, he's won multiple state championships in football and basketball. Was my basketball and football coach when I was at Glenwood. But I wouldn't say it would be a rivalry because every time Glenwood plays them, it's pretty much a one-sided affair. But he's got a really good program over there at Chambers.
Absolutely. I had the privilege of seeing Chambers play Glenwood in football. I didn't get a chance to call that game, but I was really impressed with how the Glenwood football team resilient got to the state championship against Lee Scott, which was dominant all season long on the gridiron. They actually gave Lee Scott probably the best shot.
1-0 pitch, and that's going to be hit to right field. Can of corn for Wyatt Tharp, and that will end the top half of the third inning. Still 8-0 Glenwood. Jacob Page throwing a one-hitter. He's throwing a lot of pitches, but he's given up only 1 hit, no runs. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Glenwood leads 8-0. It's a 3A AISA state championship game between Glenwood and Macon East. We'll be right back.
Made it 7-0. That was a very close pitch. Jackson Griggs. Top of the lineup coming up for Glenwood.
One into the count. Pitch on the way, and he gets hit again. Right in the back. And that's going to send Jackson Griggs over to first base. Is Coach Phil Stilwell, longtime assistant coach for Coach Fanning. Coach Carbone. I love saying that name, Carbone. I know his son, Brady Carbone. Coach Carbone over there. And, of course, legendary coach Tim Fanning, who's athletic director, he's got Glenwood sports just rocking and rolling right now. Coach Nelson made it to state championship in football. Coach Purdue, we all know the pedigree and the winning he's done in basketball, and, of course, the baseball team. Softball's doing really well under Coach McConnell. Glenwood sports is in a good place, no doubt about it.
Championship appearances and winning titles. Their soccer team, they went to the championship, and then the volleyball team went to the championship as well. Lane Griggs, 1 for 2 so far in this game. He grounded into a double play. A single his first time up. I like the lead by Jackson Griggs. I mean, he's looking like he's wanting to steal things.
You love someone that steals, don't you? Because you always told me one of your favorite players was Ricky Henderson.
I love Ricky Henderson. I love the movie Major League with Willie Mays Hayes.
Oh, no doubt about it. Wesley Snipes, Omar Epps. One of a classic sports movie.
Still don't understand to this day why they had to replace. I love Omar Epps.
I would have to put Bull Durham
Bull Durham.
ahead of Major League Baseball. That's just in my opinion.
I'm a fan of minor league baseball. Working for a minor league baseball team. It's so much. Think about the Montgomery Biscuits.
3-0 count.
There you go.
And there makes strike one to make it 3-1. By the way, speaking of professional baseball, the Chat Hoots and the Monstars. We'll have 2 teams. So you possibly could be seeing some Glenwood players who played here before, alumni that are playing college baseball. That's fouled off. Make it 3-2 for Lane Griggs. That did go off his foot. He looks like he's coming up a little bit gimpy. But go out in there and support them playing at Golden Park. I expect to see hopefully some Glenwood players on the roster along with other schools that are players that used to play at schools around the area. Coach Steve Smith says that he tries to keep it local. As why would you not? Because then that brings more people to the stadium to see people they know. And that one's hit right to the third baseman off his glove. And here comes Jackson Griggs. Coach Fanning is not. He looked like he was waving him home. And there's going to be a double. Stand-up double for Lane Griggs. Now second and third, no outs, and I think Glenwood's smelling it. I think that's they call sharks in the water right now. And I think they're trying to go ahead and get this one over with. Up 8-0. They go up 12-0. This game is over with. Here comes the catcher, Pierce Edwards.
1 for 2 so far in the game. Rounded out to end the second inning. Got that scoring barrage going with the hit. And Glenwood just kept going from there. Had an incredible first inning. That's really been the difference here in these games. Glenwood just getting out to that hot start. They just want to try to finish this game.
No doubt. And that's why he's kept Kitchens in the game, as you alluded to, Richard. No point in wasting pitching. This game's over with. You're probably not going to get this one. So at this point, you're trying to play to win game 2. And this is a best-of-3 series. Glenwood has not lost a game in the playoffs so far. They are 4-0, looking to go 5-0 right now. Heck, they've only lost 4 games all season. It's their 44-4.
There you go.
29-0 at home, 14-4 away, and then neutral sites like we are at here in Montgomery, they are 1-0. Region play 14-1, and they played against Lee Scott and Macon East. That one loss was to Macon East in extra innings.
Would you consider Montgomery Glenwood's home away from home?
Well, so far this season it is, because this is where they're trying to get another state championship here. 3-0 to count. And I don't know if you want to walk Pierce Edwards because there's a base open when you got the all-world player coming up next, who with one swing of his bat can end this game.
There is no outs, and first base is open.
And speaking of which, so last week we were doing the Calvary semifinal game, and I show up, and because I had prior obligations, Richard did the first game by himself, and I'm showing up, and I'm thinking, you know what, I'm going to show up like the third inning. It was the third inning. The problem is it was a run rule. And as soon as I came in there, a home run was hit to walk off and end the game. I was like, well, there's perfect timing. So I wonder if that's going to happen here with Jackson Milam, as we got a 3-1 count to Pierce Edwards.
I got to say, here at Pattersonville, this is really the perfect day for baseball. The sun's not really out. It's overcasted. You still got fans prepared with the tents because you want to block yourself from the sun. Sometimes, in the middle of the day, you never know.
And there's fouled off to make it 3-2 now.
I know even though Matthew Kitchens gave up those 7 runs in the first inning.
I know what you're about to say. And
He's done a pretty good job.
you love giving them credit.
Reading the storm.
Yeah. As best you can weathered. But the problem is the damage has already been done.
Absolutely.
So the house has already crumbled down, but you're still standing there with a positive attitude is basically what you're saying.
No doubt. Lincoln East was able to beat the National Academy in the game.
Thank you again for everybody watching. Swing and a miss, and there's a strikeout right there. So good job by Kitchens. Pierce Edwards misses that one, and here comes Jackson Milam.
I got to ask you, Thrift, with first base open, do you intentionally walk Jackson Milam like Calvary, like they did to Calvary's Bailey Thorne?
The problem is Brandon McCrane's hit a double and a single. Yeah. So they did that exactly. Lee Scott did that, and they got burnt by it. And that one's hit right to the first baseman. He's going to, some extracurricular activities. A little extra words from Jackson Milam. And there's 2 outs. So what looked like to be a promising inning, now there's 2 outs, second and third.
Jackson Milam compares to Bailey Thorne. I mean, they're pretty much
So
the same player.
right now, if you're, I guess, the Macon East coach, he's asking, I guess because of what Jackson did with pushing off as they both ran into each other, but you saw his forearms extend. Is he asking for him to be ejected? I have no clue. But that's one of those things. There's just a competitive atmosphere.
Absolutely.
You give them a warning, you move on. That's the end of discussion. No one should be ejected. And if that's the way you want to try to win a game, I think that's nonsense.
I love the T-shirts. Fight like Fanning. Great T-shirt.
Great T-shirt.
You can see a lot of those here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, actually, we came here, we saw the Glenwood bus pass right past us. Great sign.
Yeah.
There was multiple buses at least.
And that they're talking about the health issues he had to overcome in recent years, and it was scary. It was scary for everyone that was involved, especially for Coach Fanning. But he's a trooper, he's a winner, and he's still here coaching to this day. And that's all we want to say on the matter.
2-0 count to Brandon McCrane.
Brandon McCrane, who on the day has a double and a single.
This has 2 runs batted in.
2-0 pitch. And that one bounces right in front of the catcher, 3-0.
That was a good thing that it did not pop out of Lashley's glove to the backstop, because I believe that Glenwood would have scored a run there on the pass ball. But he stopped it pretty good. Still 8-0.
3-0 to Brandon McCrane. Wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and walk him as hot as he's hitting. And there's strike one to make it 3-1. Eight nothing here. Everybody tuning in either on my Facebook page or on Beam 7 YouTube channel. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Rip Behringer, Richard Holdridge, Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage. 3A AISA state championship game, Glenwood and Macon East. 8-0 Glenwood, second and third. And now we got a full count to Brandon McCrane. Glenwood has dominated from the jump. That first inning, they had 11 hitters come up to at bat. They had 6 hits and they scored 7 runs.
Well, if you take out that first inning, Macon is a 7 down. Giving up 1.
We only played 2. Yeah, we've only played 2 other innings. Is the problem? It's still early in this game.
We're also getting close to possibly that 10-run rule. In fact, the 12-run rule and the 10-run rule is something you got to look out for, especially with Glenwood.
And staying alive is Brandon McCrane, and that goes out of play.
Because we've seen it on both. The home team walks it off in the 10-run, 15-run rule, but the visiting team, that in game 2, Glenwood would be considered a visiting team.
And there is ball 4, and there goes Griggs. Throw not in time. 9-0. Turning is, and there's no one even at first base. Where was he throwing that?
I've never seen a play like that before.
So hold up. Now the Macon East, and I'm wondering what's happening right now because he's mad. How did the ball? He's going to say interference. That it hit one of the Glenwood players as they were getting up from scoring. So now he's going to ask for a ruling.
I think he's going to have to go back to at least second base.
One of them's going to count because 2 runs just scored right there.
Will count.
I think he's arguing the batter being in the way.
But the ill-advised throw to first base, nobody was covering the bat.
Yeah, so even if he wasn't interfered, who was he throwing it to? We're not used to seeing that here at this level of baseball. So 8-0. And we're getting a ruling from the umpires.
But Wyatt Tharp is going to come up to the...
And Macon East coach is mad. They are going to say both runs do score. It's going to be 10-0. He is livid. He can't believe it. And he's fired up walking back to the dugout. But there's only so much you can say when it's 10-0. And I understand you may not agree with the ruling, But again, it is 10-0. So even if you put one run back on, 9-0, 10-0, either way, that's a lot of runs you're going to have to score against one of the best pitchers in the AISA, and Jacob Page. Up to bat now is left-hander Wyatt Tharp, and Wyatt has had a single and struck out. And there's strike one. I'm wondering now, after that, and the Maconese coach coming out on the field being a little agitated, to say the least, is the umpire going to widen his strike zone with it being 10-0, because that pitch right there was a ball in previous innings. Which I have no problem with it being a strike. Just be consistent. And there is right over the second baseman's head. McCrane being waved around, sent home. 11-0 Glenwood. Nice base hit by Wyatt. Glenwood is one run away from going up 1-0 in this series.
Wyatt Tharp's second RBI in the game. Just the stat line from 1 to 9. You have players on base.
And
Another conversation out on the mound.
not only a conversation, we got a new pitcher. So he decides with one run from being out of this game, he is going to bring in finally a relief pitcher after Matthew Kitchens gives up 10 hits, 11 runs. There's 2 errors, and there's a man on first. And coming up to pitch now is Sawyer Nelson, the senior from Macon East.
So the final stat line for Kitchens, he's given up 2 and a 2. He's pitched 2 and 2/3, given up 11 runs, and had 2 strikeouts.
Just want to give a shout out to our sponsors, of course, Sports Visions, Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Behringer Construction LLC, Greeny White and Associates, and of course Beam. Thank all our sponsors that make this happen today.
I got to ask you, because you were a student at Glenwood, it's in the middle of the day, because you know school's going on right
We were missing. I can tell you right now, my senior year, it wasn't at this stadium. I forgot the stadium they were playing at, but it wasn't at this stadium. I know that for a fact. Playing against Pike Liberal Arts in the state championship game, we did miss school. And
You have to.
Yeah.
Especially. You're in a
now, if you didn't come to the game, which you had to sign in and stuff, and you missed school, that counts as an absence.
Would
But
this
this,
count as a field trip?
you weren't counting absent for missing school to come to this.
I wouldn't.
I remember that.
Game in the middle of the day.
That was when Glenwood had a three-peat, 3 straight years of winning state championships.
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
When they did that, I was right around the time the Columbus Blue Devils had
I'm glad you brought that up, because the Blue Devils had Kyle Carter, J.T. Phillips, and that elite,
Lester.
and they were the 2 premier schools, and they even played each other a little bit in the summer. I know Glenwood lost 2 and won 1. They were 1-2 against Columbus High. And summer ball's a little bit different than actually in the regular season. They obviously didn't play then, but that's when Columbus High won 3 straight state championships. So we had 2 elite programs at that time.
Absolutely. The legendary coach Bobby Howard, and you have players like Jordan Weems that played for the Washington Nationals, Josh Lester now in the Baltimore Orioles organization.
I mean, there's a ton of great players.
We all remember Josh Lester. He got the final out in the 2006 Little League World Series championship game.
You gonna bring that up, ain't you?
That is probably one of the greatest moments in Columbus sports history. They put Columbus on the map.
No doubt. Phoenix City also made the championship game, lost to Japan. Did win the American championship, but then lost to Japan in 1999. You were right. The Rasmuses were there.
Absolutely. So the Bi-City area, Tri-City area is a baseball area. I mean, you got a lot of great baseball teams coming up from Little League and then the high schools as well.
Jacob Page up to bat. New pitcher again, Sawyer Nelson from Macon East. He's got 2 outs, runner on first. He's down 11-0. First pitch, strike for him.
Page 2 for 2 on the game with 2 runs. They have really spread the wealth here for the Gators.
And there is Ball one to make it 1-1.
Got a righty thrown in the bullpen. Sawyer Nelson is a lefty. He is a senior for the Knights. For head coach Will Graham. 16-5 in the regular season.
Right. 1-1 pitch on the way, and there goes the runner, and that is a
It's foul, but
foul. Geez, and that's definitely out of the park. So if he kept that fair, that had been the walk-off home run we were looking for to end this game.
that's how you want it.
1-2 the count. So again, 12 runs after 3 or 4, it's over, and then 10 runs after 5, 6, and of course 7 to the last inning. 1-2 count, 2 outs here. Pitch on the way, and that one's going to be a line drive, base hit. Nice job by Jacob Page, and now we got first and second for Lucas Holman.
Jacob Page's third hit of the game. He's 3 for 3 on the day. Now Lucas
3 singles.
very consistent getting on base. Lucas Holman's been on base twice too. He's had 2 walks. With 2 runners on, I mean, right now it's in the 3rd inning. We talked about the 12-run rule after 4. That's something you gotta
After
watch
3.
This is after 3.
Yeah.
So one more win, one more run, and then we can walk it off here.
Camden White also comes in to run. That one is fouled off.
Kind of like the net at Tick Field at Bill Bowers Park and Bowers Park. Sorry.
No, Bill Bowers Park. And
Okay, I got it right.
no, you definitely got it right. And someone that meant the world to me, and Bill Bowers and his son Carson Bowers. Strike 2 to make it 0-2. By the way, his son Carson was the shortstop for those 3 straight state championship teams for Glenwood during 2009 to 2011. Played at Southern Union, then on to Columbus State. Also coached at Columbus State for many years. He's assistant coach now at Pacelli. So it was fun to see. We actually called that Glenwood Pacelli game. It was fun to see him going against his alma mater. 0-2 pitch on the way. Fouled off.
I know that game meant a lot to you, Fred, because you being the voice of Pacelli basketball, you being the love of Glenwood. Just having, it was a regular season game. It was a fun one.
And it was dominated by Glenwood.
It was.
10-1. Jacob Page.
First of all, just a big shout out to Pacelli. And making it, you know,
Quarterfinals.
the quarterfinals. They lose to make First Presbyterian Day.
Yep.
But they actually got an elimination game. They're able to win the first game.
And there go the runners, and that one's going to be a fly ball. Shallow. Both are coming in, and makes the play is the right fielder, and no run score, so that's going to let us go to the top of the 4th. It is 11-0 Glenwood. We go to the top of the 4th. They are dominating right now. Score 3 more runs in that inning. This game brought to you by Behringer Construction LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Terry Johnson Agency, and Greeny White and Associates. We'll be right back. All Glenwood here at Patterson Field.
Number 5, Thad McKinney.
Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Thad McKinney up for Macon East Linwood. 11-0. Jacob Page still on the mound. He has 47 pitches for Linwood.
So far, 2 strikeouts. Only 1 hit. He's had some runners on base.
Yeah.
He had 2 walks in bats. Gave up the 1 single in the first inning there at Spain.
So now it's 49. This makes number 50.
We do have some baseball action in the Alabama Community College. We'll get that score updated. They're playing in Oxford, Alabama. As CVC is playing over there.
2-0. 2-1 now. So CVCC. It's going to start at 2 o'clock, and we're going to get that pulled up for you. They're playing a 1-game elimination game in CVCC baseball. Oh, and that's going to hit him right in the head. So here comes now number 1 for Macon East, Jack Jones, the second baseman.
Number 1, Jack Jones.
Jack Jones flied out to start the second inning.
So again, single elimination going on today. Southern Union playing Chattahoochee Valley, 2 o'clock. It's a playing game. So again, they have to beat Southern Union, who was the 5 seed on the north. Chattahoochee Valley, CVCC's the 4 seed on the south. They got to win that game to then be able part of bracket play heading into conference tournament for the ACCC South District. And that one's going to be hit right to Milam. Milam over to Griggs. 6-4-3 double play for Glenwood, and there's 2 outs, and nice defense right there by the shortstop. Great throw by Jackson Griggs, and nice stretch by Brandon McCrane. 2 down here in the top of the 4th.
Talked about when Jackson Milam being short. He's got some range. Get that double play, just a quick release to the second baseman just to get the double play in time. And a great throw by the second baseman to actually get the double play. It was very close.
Yep.
Right there, but the base is empty.
And I think the stretch helped. You want to get in the ball, not waiting on it to come to you. Ball 1 right there. Again, if you're watching on Thrift Behringer Facebook page, thank you. Like my page, share the video. But make sure to go to Beam 7 on YouTube channel. That's where we're trying to send all the traffic there, and share that link. Also share the video from my page. And we appreciate everyone tuning in for 3A AISA State Championship game, Glenwood and Macon East. Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage. That one is a fly ball right to Wyatt. And there's a 1, 2, 3 inning right there for Jacob Page. No hits. One hitter hit by pitch. And Jacob Page is still pitching a shutout game, up 11-0. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Glenwood and Macon East playing for 3A AISA State Championship game here on Beam 7 YouTube channel, Thrift Behringer Facebook page. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Third Behringer, Richard Holdridge, and it's been all Glenwood. 11-0 here in Game 1 of a best-of-3 series. We're crossing our fingers that Glenwood can get it done here today. And looking like they're going to be up at least 1-0 after this game. Up to bat now is Aaron Burton, the center fielder.
Good pitch. Horton's
So
on
got
right here.
one official plate appearance. He walked in first.
Make him hit it, bud. Make him hit it. No walks, baby.
That almost hit him to make it 2-0.
Come on, buddy. Throw strikes.
Again, make sure to tune in to Sports Visions radio show. We're going to talk about this game tomorrow, and hopefully we're talking about Glenwood being a state champion again for the 23rd time on 92.1 Smooth R&B. Join me and DJ Jones. DJ Jones, the Chattahoochee Valley Hall of Famer, Georgia Bulldog national champion, played in the NFL for a Super Bowl for the Denver Broncos, my partner in crime, and we're the premier sports talk show around the area. We don't have many sports talk shows. I don't think there's any on the radio except for us, and we keep all things local, regional, and national.
Also drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, baseball player as well. Played at Carver. And that'll be tomorrow from 4 to 6 p.m. And Aaron Burton's going to get off with a leadoff walk. And Glenwood is 1 run away from ending this game. And here comes Jackson Griggs. And Griggs was hit by a pitch both times he's been up to bat. And are we going to have another relief pitcher?
Got the bullpen active over in the Macon East bullpen. But this is Sawyer Nelson's second inning. This is Sawyer Nelson's second inning. Looks like they will make the call to the bullpen. Looks like they will make the call. It looks like the righty coming in here. Sophomore. It looks like the righty coming in here. Trying to get his number. It's actually
That's
number 18, Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum sounds like Jason Tatum from Boston Celtics, who, by the way, had a decent game last night.
But I think Philly's on a mission. The whole town of Philly. Eagles going to the Super Bowl.
Phillies making to the World Series.
Phillies making it to the World Series. Philadelphia Union making it to the MLS Cup.
Yeah.
Now on the mound for Macon East. Number 18, Jason Tatum.
Yeah, Glenwood could end this here in this inning because the 12-run rule is in effect.
And you got and you have speed on the bases right now with Aaron Burton.
What would the strategy be here for Coach Fenn? To send Burton to try to get him in the scoring position? Or
Yeah,
too aggressive?
I mean, for one, Glenwood is not afraid to steal bases. They are aggressive in base running, so that would not be something that we're not accustomed to seeing. But I'm wondering if you're Glenwood right now, you want to just make sure you be careful and you don't get out and cost yourself a chance to go ahead and end this game, because give you some rest, and heck, you don't have to use any more relief pitchers or anything like that. Jacob Page gets out here with the win, and you're up 1-0, and you're looking very mighty heading into Game 2.
Very mighty, and Tyler Sykes more than likely going to be the Game 2 starter. And, he pitches like a number 1 starter. I mean, that's the great thing about Glenwood baseball is they have depth in pitching. They can just throw just about anybody there, and they know that they've got the offense behind them that can give them the run insurance. Because right now, with 11 runs right now, they're right at their average per season.
Exactly right. Yeah, they are. Average about 11 runs a game, only giving up 1 to 2. And they are showing you why they are the best team in the AISA, and definitely by far the favorite heading into this. If anything happened that wasn't a Glenwood State Championship, we would be shocked, and I would wonder what happened to allow that to become the ultimate result.
Well, from start to finish, you look at their record in the regular season, 44-4. I mean, they have really been playing amazing Usually, when you have teams that go on a championship run, sometimes they peak.
Right.
Or sometimes they get hot toward the end of the season.
Exactly.
They've been consistent all season long.
All season long. 44-4, 14-4 away, 1-0 in a neutral location, looking to go 2-0. There's a bunt. Nice piece of bunting right there by Griggs. He is going to get out, but the runner does move, and that was the job for Jackson Griggs, and he does it beautifully and moves Burton from first to second. And here comes the top of the lineup, and a guy that has a single.
Grounded into a double play, grounded out, so 1 for 3.
1 for 3, because you put 2B, I thought that was saying,
That he got a double.
yeah, because when you see 2B, you think double. All right, here comes Lane Griggs. 1 out, trying to end this game. 11-0 here, Patterson Field. And there's a fly ball that's going to be, and it is going to be a tag. Burton, speed is his game, and he gets over to third very easily, tagging. Nice job by Griggs, at least moving the runner over. And here comes Pierce Edwards, and Glenwood is 1 hit away, or wild pitch, from ending this game. Because we have seen some wild pitches. They've cost McKinney some runs.
We have. I've never seen a wild pitch walk off. There's always a first for everything. Aaron Burton, he's 90 feet away from scoring that would be the game-winning run for Glenwood here in this game. I love the jump by Burton. He's anticipating going down the line, walking it off.
1-0. And almost a wild pitch right there. Nice stop by the catcher, because Burton was definitely looking to take off to make it 2-0 to Pierce Edwards. And again, if you walk Pierce, you got to deal with Jackson as he is on deck, and then McCrane right after him, who's one of the hottest hitters on this Glenwood baseball team. Pitch on the way, high for ball 3. Glenwood scored 7 runs in that first inning. 11 hitters came up to bat. 1 error, 6 hits, and it was Glenwood just showing them and flexing their muscles early in the first inning. Matthew Kitchens did settle down in the second, only giving up 1 run. I mean, giving up 1 run, I feel like a lot, but in this game, giving up 1 run was a win for Matthew Kitchens. Then they gave up 3 in that third inning, and now 1 more run here in the fourth will end the game. 11 hits, 11 runs for Glenwood. No runs, 1 hit, 2 errors for Macon East. This has been a very lopsided game. 3-0 pitch on the way. Strike 1, inside corner.
Pierce Edwards, 1 for 3 in the game. He had a single in the first. He grounded out in the second, and he struck out his last at bat in the third. So
3-1 pitch, ball 4. And here comes Jackson Milam. And I'm wondering if Mr. Tatum is a pitcher that's way down the depth chart and just getting some action, because this game's pretty much over with, and just getting some experience. We talked about that. And he's also a senior for this team. So at least a pitch in the state championship game, albeit an 11-0 game. Milan's up to bat.
he's actually 1 for 3, a double with 2 groundouts.
Pitch on the way. Milam swings and misses on that one.
We usually see Jackson Milam with the stat sheets, almost hitting
Stat
the
sheet
cycle.
stuffer. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been a stat sheet. I love that, the stat sheet stuffer.
That's what we use in basketball. Those are guys that just love getting rebounds and assists. They get every stat they can.
Be a perfect fantasy baseball player.
Ball 1 to make it 1-1.
But we talked about Jackson Milam. He's a 5-tool player. He's going to play at South Alabama.
Yep.
He's a short.
Not too far from here.
Yeah, in Mobile. Basically where we are from, here in Montgomery.
1-1 the count. That one's fouled off to make it 1-2. I think this, if you're Tatum right here, and you know this game's over with, but if you're able to get Milam out, that's something you can go. That's a win for you, and that's a win for your high school career. Ending your career, striking out or getting out, one of the best hitters in baseball.
And extends this inning as well. We'll end up playing another inning.
1-2. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, and he did strike him out. So we're going to go play one more inning of baseball. In this one now, when we head to the top of the 5th, if Macon East does not score a run, it will be over as it's 10 after 5. It's all Glenwood, 11-0. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call. This game brought to you by high school playoff coverage of Sports Visions. Listen, 92.1, Thrift Behringer, DJ Jones, 4 to 6 p.m. on Mondays and Thursdays. Also, Terry Johnson Agency, LLC, Home, Auto, Church, and Life. Call 706-324-6360. Behringer Construction, LLC, for all your home remodeling needs. Call Glenn Behringer. Turn your house into your dream home, 706-249-1099. And Alliance Specialty Contractors, full-service, veteran-owned roofing and restoration company. Jody Crum and his staff are going to take care of you. Make sure the insurance adjusters do not take advantage of you. And Greeny White and Associates, this is all live on Beam, the internet, cable, and phone provider of East Alabama. We'll be right back after this. We're back here live at Patterson Field. Jacob Page pitching right now to Macon East, number 21, Cam Bell.
Walked in the second inning. Page's line so far, 4 innings of work, 1 hit, and 2 strikeouts.
Trying to go to 12-0 in the season and lower his ERA from 1.67 to probably 1.5 something. Oh, one pitch to Cam Bell, who walked last time he was at bat, and that one is a line drive. It's going to go out of play to make it 0-2 the count now.
I got to ask you, let's say, because he hasn't really control.
Right.
When you're in a championship game and it's a winner-take-all, I've seen this before in the major leagues. Do you use your starting pitcher in a bullpen session? And strike 3 right there. Nice job burning off the outside corner, just Jacob Page. But you're right. Remember Madison Bumgarner? Game 7 in 2000. That was Tim Hudson's World Series ring.
It was. There you go again, bringing him up.
Brought him up, and we're not even
You're gonna bring Tim Hudson up. Eventually, he's gonna be on your podcast. As much as you brought him up, he's probably dreaming about you. You say his name so much. One out here in the top of the 5th, and there is a swing, and he's got these Macon East batters second guessing themselves, 0-1.
like a slider. It was in the strike zone, it goes out, and Deontay Powell was chasing it.
He struck out last time he was up at bat. And there's a fastball that's high to make it 1-1. Again, Glenwood 2 outs away from ending this one. We will end this broadcast, and we'll be right back live probably 30 minutes from now. They give a little bit of a rest, 30 to 45 minutes between games. I'm all about seeing what this Patterson Field concession stand looks like. I love giving ratings to all the different concession stands. I don't want to make anyone mad. One-two pitch on the way. High roller. Here comes Jackson Milam. Good play, good throw, and now Glenwood's 1 out away from going up 1-0 here in the state championship game. State championship series.
Knights. Gunner Justice.
So Gunner is going to have to be the one that, and again, only 4 batters have gotten on base for Macon East. Only one of them was a hit. The rest of them were either walks or hit by pitch by Jacob Page. And no one's even gotten close to third. Second is the farthest that Macon East has gotten. And that one's going to be a base hit. Jacob Page took his hat off on that one. That was a rocket right past his head. He almost caught it. But he probably saw his life flash before his eyes, as they like to say. Getting hit in the head with that one would have hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he did a good job reacting.
Up to bat now is the pitcher, who had a tough time today, but he's trying to help his calls out, his team out especially. He's 0 for 2, but Matthew Kitchens.
Got some contact on the ball. He's flown out twice.
Flied out.
Yes, flied out twice.
And that one's up. Oh, Jackson Milam not able to make the diving play. So now first and second.
Back-to-back singles for Macon East. This is
Uh-oh.
kind of what that first inning when Jacob Page got into that jam with 2 runners on base, but he's still got 2 outs. Coach Fan is going to stay with him. But now, Jay Boroff comes to the plate. He's been on twice. Hit batsman, got hit by a pitch in the first and walked in the third.
Yeah, when he got hit by a pitch in that first inning, he gave some claps like he was about to motivate the entire Macon East team. And it did none of that, as they are now down 11-0 since that moment. Page delivers, and that one's a high pop-up that may stay in play. No. And almost hit someone in the head. There's a baseball right there. It hit, oh, it did hit the wire. And Jack Patterson down below, and all the news cameras that are down there, I know they were praising the Lord that didn't hit their $1,000 equipment. Jay Boroff trying to keep Macon East hopes alive here in this first game. 11-0.
They need 2 runs here in the 5th to keep this game.
0-1 pitch on the way. Low. They may got him, and looks like they do, and he drops the ball. He drops the ball. Great throw, and look, they're celebrating. Jacob Page doesn't realize that he dropped the ball, but it was a great throw by the catcher, Pierce Edwards. That's a highlight. I mean, he's a really good defensive catcher, no doubt about it. But Milam had the tag down in time, definitely caught the runner in a pickle, but didn't hold on to the ball.
So far, Macon East 2 errors. They got 3 hits. 2 of those hits here.
Glenwood has no errors.
Like that, 11 runs, 11 hits for Glenwood.
1-1 the count. Jay Boroff. First and second pitch on the way, outside for ball 2.
The heart of the order for the Macon East Knights is, if this inning is to be extended, is coming up after Boroff, Aaron Spade, Thaddeus McKinney.
And there's going to be ball 3. 3-1.
Jacob Page has got 11 runs.
No doubt. Right.
Not really a rocky start. They had 2 runners on in that first inning. A little bit of trouble for him here in the 5th.
3-1 pitch on the way. And there's ball 4. Bases are loaded now. And coming up to bat, it's Barrett Spaeth, who has a single and a flyout. He gets a single here. Potentially 2 runs to score to keep this game going. Milam and Page are now talking with each other. This game is brought to you by Greeny White and Associates, Terry Johnson HC LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, and Behringer Construction LLC. Live on Beam 7 YouTube channel. And of course, Thrift Behringer Facebook page, part of Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage. First pitch to Barrett is strike 1. Page Gets the sign. Likes it. Sets. Delivers. Strike 2. Swing and a miss right there for Barrett. 0-2. 1 strike away from going up 1-0 here at Patterson Field in a best of 3. Oh-2 pitch. High to make it 1-2. Page trying to collect himself. He's got to be in the 60s at his pitch count. 1-2 pitch. Bases loaded. Ooh, I thought he was going to call strike 3, but it was low. Nice stop by Pierce Edwards to make it 2-2.
Scored 2 runs in this game to keep in this game.
74 pitches. That information from Ron Frazier, our de facto statistician and writer for the Citizen. There is going to be ball 3 to make it 3-2. Bases loaded. Page trying to get out of this jam and in this game, 11-0. Pitch on the way, and that one's foul. Out of the ballpark. Still 3-2. I'm definitely going to walk around. I didn't get a chance to do that as we were rushing to get everything situated. Again, shout out to Toygar of Beam in this professional broadcast. 3-2 pitch. On the way. And that one is, he lost a grip, looks like. And there's a run to make it 11-1. Here's the thing, though. Game is still can be over if he can get one more out. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Don't see any action in Glenwood's bullpen. I do not see Coach Fanning looking like, and why would you? You got to trust Jacob Page to be able to get out of this. You trusted him last week against Lee Scott when they were down 3-2, ended up winning 5-3. Up now, Stadius McKinney, who grounded out and was hit by a pitch. Bases loaded, 11-1. First one hit into the outfield. Wyatt Thorpe gets under it, and that will do it. Great job by Jacob Page. Only giving up 1 run right there. Great game by the Glenwood Gators. They go up 1-0 in the series. They win 11-1. And Richard, go ahead and give us the stats for this game.
So Jacob Page picks up the win for the Glenwood Gators. 5 innings. He gave up the 1 run. He had 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, and he had 4 walks. But, you know, your game 1 starter wins the game for head coach Tim Fanning and the Glenwood Gators. And it really, if you look at their stats, I mean, pretty much everybody, top to bottom, 1 through 9, got on base. As Brandon McCrane, he was 2 for 2 with a walk. You had Jacob Page, 3 singles. He had 2 runs batted in. Wyatt Tharp had 2 runs batted in. And really, a quiet day for Jackson Milan.
Yeah.
1 for 4. We rarely see that stat sheet.
And so we're hoping that means next game he's going to be coming out on fire. Thank you all for everyone tuning in on my Facebook page. We're going to end this broadcast. We'll start a new one. And make sure to go to Beam 7 on YouTube. Subscribe right there. We're live on YouTube as well. Thank you to our sponsors, Greeny White & Associates, Terry Johnson HC LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Behringer Construction. Of course, this is Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage live on Beam, the East Alabama internet, cable, and phone provider. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge will be back again at 12:20 is when the second game set to start. Glenwood wins 11-1 the first one. We'll be back later on as they lead 1-0 in the AISA 3A state championship game.
first for Glenwood. Leading off at third base, number 2, Lane Good. Behind the plate, number 11, Pierce Edwards. At shortstop, number 10, Jackson Milan. At first base, number 12, Brandon McLean. In right field, number 14, Wyatt Sharp. Designated hitter, number 24, Jacob Hayes. Left fielder, number 21, Lucas Holman. Center fielder, number 5, Aaron Burton. At second base, number 1, Jackson Griggs. And on the mound, number 23, Tyler Sykes. And now for Macon East. Leading off, shortstop, number 3, Gunnar Justice. In right field, number 24, Matthew Kitchen. Designated hitter, number 8, Dave Brock. At first base, number 23, Derek Bates. On the mound, number 5, Thad McKinney. At third base, number 1, Jack Jones. In left field, number 21, Cam Bell. At second base, number 7, Tanner Sherrill. In center field, number 2, Deontay Powell. And behind the plate, number 22, Chase Lashley.
Let's go get
And we are back here live for Game 2 of the AISA 3A State Championship game between the Glenwood Gators, number 1, 45-4 on the season, 29-0 at home, 2-0 in neutral site, 15-1 on the in region play, and they dominated that first game 11-0. They scored 7 runs in the first inning, had 6 hits, 11 batters come up to the plate, and did a really good job getting out early, ended up winning that one in 5, 11-1. Jacob Page get his 12th win on the season. He ends his season and probably his career as a Glenwood Gator 12-0 with a 1.5-something ERA. Lane Griggs is up to bat now. Glenwood will be the visiting team. On the mound for the Macon East Knights is Thaddeus McKinney. Macon East is 32-10 on the season. And again, thank you for those who are tuning in and watching right now. Britt Behringer and Richard Holdridge on the call. And that one's going to be into the outfield. Is it going to be over the left fielder's head? No, right to him. That will be out number 1 here in the top of the first inning. It's part of Sports Vision's playoff coverage. And we are live on Beam 7 YouTube channel. Excited about that. All right, Richard, up the bat now. Pierce Edwards. What did he do last game, Rich?
Part of that big 7-8 just scoring barrage that really shut the door.
And he hits that one right up the middle, so that is a good piece of base hitting right there. And that's something you saw a lot in the first game. Ground balls, line shots right up the middle. They probably had 5 or 6 of those. So Camden White, the pinch running guy that has been he's always pinch running for the Gators at least 2 or 3 times a game. He comes in for the catcher, Pierce Edwards.
No doubt, he's been their pinch runner. He's got 9 stolen bases on the regular season. He's had several plate appearances as well, but he's done a great job on the base paths. Pierce Edwards.
We are live here for Game 2. Britt Behringer, Richard Holdridge. It should be a great, fantastic game. Glenwood is 1 win away from state championship number 23 in year 2023. State championship number 9 for legendary coach Tim Fanning.
I can't believe I'm saying this. Jackson Mountain had a quiet game.
1 for 4 in that quiet game. He did lead off.
Double. He got the RBI to
Yep.
start things off. Getting the first run across the board for the Glenwood Gators. The pitchers, Matthew Kitchens did a great job pitching the reliever as well. Tyler Sawyer Nelson.
Well, that was the only person he did a good job pitching to, because outside of that, the Gators did a phenomenal job getting on base. There's a rocket to the second baseman. He's able to get over in time, and there comes the second out of the inning. Did move the runner over, so runners in scoring position now. Man on second for Brandon McCrane, who's been one of the best hitters on this Glenwood team. He is definitely the hottest hitter going so far. What did he do last game, Richard?
His on-base percentage in the first game, 1,000. He doubled, singled, and walked. He reached base every time he came across up to the plate. He's also been a very good production of 2 RBIs in that first inning. He's known for that 2 RBI in Scott Academy's 5-3.
And that one's going to get right past the third baseman. Coach Fanning waving him home. Here comes Camden White. Bad defensive play right there by the left fielder. The ball gets past him. And Brandon McCrane with a 2-out single that brings Camden White home to make it 1-0 Glenwood here in the first inning. Just right where he left off.
Another 2-out base hit by Brandon McCrane to drive home a run. He's just known for being, we like to say the word clutch, but not just on the diamond, also on the heart.
Yeah, he's got that gene in him where it doesn't matter the situation. Pressurized moments is when you see him at his best, and that is exactly what happened right there. Thaddeus Thad McKinney trying to get out of here with only giving up 1 run. And there's another one right to the shortstop. Makes a throw in time to get Wyatt Tharp out, but not before a run scores and comes across the plate. Got nice piece of base hitting, 2-out single by Brandon McCrane to make it 1-0 Glenwood. We're going to head to the bottom of the first inning. This is Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage on Beam 7 YouTube channel. Also the East Alabama Internet cable and phone provider. Sponsors include Greeny White and Associates, Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Behringer Construction LLC, and Sports Visions. We'll be right back after this. We're back here at Patterson Field, and we have a guy on the mound who I thought was the MVP of last series. He is a day 2 starter, so he is game 2 starter, and he's done that for the previous 2 series against Monroe and Lee Scott. It's none other than Tyler Sykes.
7 innings of work. Tyler Sykes in the regular season, he's a 6-1 with a 1.62 ERA. I mean, he pitches like a number 1 starter. But in that 1-0 game against Lee Scott Academy, 7 scoreless innings, 5 strikeouts. Dominant performance from Tyler Sykes.
Dominant performance indeed. 1-0 win, complete game. And Coach Fanning was talking about he had his stuff. He was on his A game, and they're going to need that here today. Macon East is a good hitting ball team. They struggled last game. You know they want some redemption after losing that first one 11-1, and up to bat now is Gunnar Justice for Macon East. And he hits that one to Aaron Burton down for a single. So he leads off the inning and game for Macon East with a single.
They only had 3 hits in that first game. Pretty good start for the Knights as they get their lead off here on. Matthew Kitchens, 1 for 3 in that first game. Single in the 5th.
And there's strike 1. New umpire behind the plate. So we'll see if the strike zone changes from game 1 to game 2. Wouldn't be a problem with anybody up here in the press box if he widened it a little bit. 0-1 pitch. Ball makes it 1-1.
Matthew Kitchens up to the plate for the Knights. He's the starting pitcher in game 1 for Macon East. He had that rough first inning, but he was able to get his own in the second.
Yeah. Yep.
Some more runs in the third, but you know, when you're the starting pitcher, it's tough.
And when you're already up 7-0 and you have only pitched 1 inning, I mean, it works in favor for you. And Richard, I talked about this a little bit, and there's strike 2 to make it 2-2. And you thought Bessemer was the team on the other side of the bracket. I was like, no, I don't think so. They may be the number 1 seed, but that region's a little bit weaker compared to the region with Macon East, Lee Scott, and Glenwood. 3 teams from the same region in the Final Four, and there's a reason for that. And 2 teams from the same region are in the state championship. Swing and a miss, and there is strikeout number 1 for Tyler Sykes.
Fastball, getting Kitchens to swing on that first out, and so Glenwood hoping for a double play to get out of this.
Number 8, Dave Boroff.
Here's a batter that he's hard to get out. Hit by a pitch and walked twice.
So he did not have an official at bat, did he?
Not at all.
And that one's going to be called. Nice job by Jackson Milan getting over there in time for the second out of the inning.
That was Derek Jeter-like with the range of Jackson Milan. You remember that play where he runs into the stands to catch that foul ball?
And bloodied his nose. Yeah, it's one of the all-time great plays of all time. And I'm going to say all time again. So out number 2.
That was a shallow fly ball.
He still had to get over there in time, and it was a really good play. Up to bat now for Macon East is number 23, Barrett Spaeth. He
was 1 for 2, a single and a walk. Fly out and fell.
And there's strike number 1 to make it 1-1. Thrift Behringer Richard Holdridge live on my Facebook page, Thrift Behringer, and of course Sports Visions. Like both those pages right now. And then while you're at it, if you're on Facebook, go ahead and like Beams as well. And we're live on Beam 7 YouTube channel. Shout out to Toygar on the production. Doing the 1s and 2s. Holding down the fort. 2-1 the count now. Tyler Sykes. Already 2 outs. Leadoff single for Gunnar Justice. And then 2 consecutive outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Pitch. And that one's hit center field. And that's going to be caught by Aaron Burton. And that will retire the side. Heading to the top of the second. Glenwood leads 1-0. They are now 6 innings away from winning their 23rd school state championship in baseball. Be right back. This is brought to you by Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Behringer Construction LLC, Greeny White and Associates. Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage live on Beam. We'll be right back. We're back. Welcome back here, top of the second inning. It's game number 2 of the AISA 3A state championship game between number 1 Glenwood, number 2 Macon East. Thaddeus McKinney on the mound. Here comes Jacob Page, the game 1 starter and winner. He hits that one into right center field, and the right fielder will get right under it for out number 1. And now up to bat, Lucas Holman.
Lucas Holman, 0 for 1. He only had 1 official at the bat because he walked twice. On that note, Jacob Page, who just flied out, he went 3 for 3 in that previous game with 2 runs batted in. And he's at the DH. He was the starting pitcher in game 1. He's really great behind the plate, so he's DH in this game.
And there's swing and a miss for strike 1 right there for Lucas Holman. Game 1. Nothing that was hit over the fence, as a lot of these guys do hit home runs, but And what many extra base hits. They just were able to get on base a lot that scored runs. Good base running as well. That one's going to be outside for ball 1.
Not at all. And you can see the flagpole down the right field line. Not a whole lot of wind right now here at Patterson Field. Beautiful ballpark. Just a great crowd of both Macon East fans and Glenwood fans. You know the Glenwood fans like to travel. Macon East out of Cecil, just on the outskirts of Macon County here in Montgomery.
And that one is going to be down. Fair ball. Nice job by Lucas Holman.
Lucas Holman with a one-out single.
Now batting number 5, Aaron Burton.
Up now is the center fielder, Aaron Burton. And Aaron Burton, last game, had 2 walks and a ground out, so he was 0 for 1. Holman in a sizable lead over there. Burton tries to put it down. Obviously trying to move the runner over. Up next is Jackson Griggs, the second baseman.
And between games, I had the privilege to run into the head football coach, Ryan Nelson.
Right here. Take it out.
Aaron Burton was the wide receiver on the team last year. It's great to see Coach Nelson.
It was, and he had great chemistry with the quarterback that allowed them make a run all the way to the state championship game, and they came up just short against Lee Scott.
I think they're going to have a very solid team this year. With Dallas Crow, he's a dual threat quarterback. And, it's sad to see some, their running back JT Banks is going to graduate. Glenwood's going to bring some players back. They're going to have a great season.
I expect fully Coach Nelson to have a revamped roster ready to compete for another state championship. 1-1 pitch, bunt laid down, good bunt. And it just goes foul. Nice job by the pitcher right there, allowing it to go foul, because first instinct is to grab it real quick and throw it to first. And I don't know if he would have got him out in time, and then he allowed the ball to go out of play. So it will be counted as a foul ball to make it 1-2.
You don't want to rush a play like that. You want to take your chances and let it see if you can roll foul, which you did. So Jackson Briggs, he did not have an official at bat. Hit by a pitch twice and a sacrifice fly.
And he'll be coming up next. Aaron Burton's 1-2 pitch on the way. It's fouled out of play.
It's Jackson Briggs on deck for the Gators. But Aaron Burton, he's got speed out there on the base path.
Speed.
Just an incredible athlete. Really controls center field. Kind of like Michael Harris.
Yeah.
Andrew Jones.
And that one's going to be right over the first baseman's head, but foul. So 1-2 the count.
I always enjoyed playing center field when I played baseball because you could see the whole field. If you're timing when the ball hits the bat, you know where it's going. You know where it's going to land.
1-2 pitch and on the way, and ball makes it 2-2. Usually the best athletes play out in center field as well because of the ground they have to cover.
Greatest to ever do it, in my opinion.
2-2 pitch. I'm gonna throw someone in there you probably don't even know, Andrew Jones.
Yeah, Andrew Jones, a Braves Hall of Famer. Should be in the baseball Hall of Fame.
I agree. 3-2, full count.
Also got inducted in the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame, class of 2023. Congratulations to him.
His son's a phenomenal baseball and athlete too. And that one's hit deep left field, and the left fielder able to cover some ground. A lot of room out there, as this is a very big ballpark. It's major league. I mean, it is a professional ballpark. And there's out number 2, and here comes Jackson Griggs.
Official bat, he got hit by a pitch twice, sacrifice fly.
Second
But
baseman
Thrift,
number
he was
1,
380
Jackson
to dead
Briggs.
center. I mean, that's a lot of ground to cover in the outfield. It's 372 in left center and 364 in right center. So the dimensions of this ballpark, and of course 330 down the foul line.
Jackson Griggs. And I'll be corrected if I want someone to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's the cousin to Lane Griggs. Okay, I am correct on that. And there is strike one to make it 1-1.
He's only a sophomore, so he's going to be in a making uniform for the next 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I like seeing
they're a pretty young team.
Yeah, I can see a whole lot of senior.
He won a state championship last year, albeit 2A, but still 1-1. And that one is hit right field. Is it going to be down? Yes, for a base hit. Here it comes. And he's got to get down, and a nice job of base running for Lucas Holman. And a good base hit right there for Jackson Griggs. And now here comes his cousin and leadoff hitter, Lane Griggs, to keep the inning alive with runners at second and third and 2 outs.
That's one thing about Glenwood. They are smart on the base paths, knowing that is going to fall in and shallow right. And they were able to get runners in scoring position here with 2 outs.
And as you said, Jackson, that was his first official at bat because he had a sacrifice fly, 2 hit by pitch, and so his 4th time up finally gets a hit and is 1-1 on the day. Lane Griggs trying to keep this inning alive, and he hits that one high pop up, and that's going to be, should be out number 3, and it is. And runners left stranded at second and third brings us to the bottom half of the 2nd inning. Glenwood leads 1-0. This is brought to you by Grinny White & Associates, Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Home, Auto, Church, and Life, 706-324-6360. All your insurance needs, call Terry. They've been serving the community for over 30 years. Behringer Construction LLC, for all your home remodeling needs, call Glenn Behringer, 706-249-1099. Alliance Specialty Contractors, full-service, veteran-owned roofing and restoration company, making sure you don't get taken advantage of. Call Jody Crum and his staff at Alliance Specialty Contractors. Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage live here on Beam 7 YouTube channel and Thrift Behringer page. We'll be right back after this.
Now at the plate, number 5, Thad McKinney.
Welcome back here to Patterson Field, and we're at the bottom of the 2nd inning. Pitcher Thad McKinney for Macon East up at bat, and the star in the making, a guy that played on the Glenwood basketball team. I don't know if he played on the football team. I know he did the basketball team that won a state championship. Tyler Sykes, who is 2-0 in the playoffs so far for Glenwood. Even though it doesn't count as a pitch, it is a pitch. He did use his arm, so, but it doesn't count. And there goes ball 1 to make it 1-0.
So that is McKinney, 0 for 2 in game 1. He was hit by a pitch, but he flied out to end the game for Macon East there in the 5th inning.
And there's strike 1 for Tyler Sykes.
Kept that game going. They had the bases loaded. They stranded all their runners. They were able to get that 1 run in the 5th.
And we talked about this, you know, extensively in the 1st, and there's foul off for strike 2, is how dominant and fantastic of a game he pitched last week against Lee Scott. Glenwood known for their hitting and scoring runs as they averaged close to 11 a game, only scored 1, and that's all they needed to beat Lee Scott, as Tyler Sykes pitched 7 innings of 2-hit, no-run baseball, and was phenomenal in that game. And I think Coach Fanning and the staff, you don't have to go 7 innings, but if they can get 4 or 5 out of him with the relief pitchers and the depth they got, I think they would be happy with that. 2-2 count to Thaddeus, and he calls time right there. He had 5 strikeouts last game. Full count. Delivery. And that is hit right to the second baseman. Jackson Griggs catches it, makes a hard throw to first base for out number 1. Good play by Griggs. I know it looks routine. That's because these guys are really good, but that is a tough play, especially with the way the ball is bouncing out here at Patterson Field.
Third baseman, number 1, Jack Jones.
Now up to bat is third baseman Jack Jones.
2 in that first game, flied out. Double play.
First one's a ball.
I love the location of Tyler Sykes. He's got some great command in his face.
Great command. And he was great last week. That's a hopper right to the third baseman Griggs. He collects it and makes a good throw for out number 2, and we're seeing some excellent defensive play right here from the infield of Glenwood. 2 outs now, and coming up to bat for Macon East is number 21, Cam Bell.
Now at the
Bell
plate,
in the
number
last
21,
game only
Sam
had
Bell.
1 official plate appearance as he struck out and walked to second.
Sykes. First one's a strike. And I'm already liking the strike zone so far of this umpire.
Lineup slightly changed for Macon East. Tanner Searles is inserted into the lineup here for game 2.
Second one. Low for ball 1.
Searles is the batter on him, so that'll be the first time that we see him in this championship series.
1-1 pitch on the way. Strike 2 to make it 1-2. And it's important that the umpire sets the standard of how the strike zone is going to be for the game, and it affects how the hitters are going to hit, what pitches need to be thrown for the pitchers. I mean, it is important how the umpire calls the game, and right now I'm liking how it's playing out so far. Timeout from the hitter. 1-2 count. 2 outs.
If you have a wide strike zone or a narrow strike zone, you've got to be consistent.
That's it. 1-2 pitch outside for ball 2.
I'm okay with having a wider strike zone for the hitters to try to protect and make sure that they can swing when it's close. But you just got to be consistent.
Yes. 2-2 pitch on the way. And there is strike 3. Tyler Sykes wheeling and dealing, heading to the top of the 3rd. Glenwood leads 1-0. It's Sports Vision High School playoff coverage live on Beam and Thrift Behringer Facebook page. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Thrift Behringer Richard Holdridge on the call. It's 1-0 Glenwood. Up to bat now is second hitter in the lineup, catcher Pierce Edwards.
Pierce Edwards is 1 for 1 in this game so far with the single first.
McKinney, pitch on the way, and that one's hit. Is it going to drop down for a base hit? It is not. Good play by the center fielder. Deontay Powell's getting a lot of action so far in this game. And this game is just, for one, McKinney's pitched an excellent game. I know it's only the top of the third, but I thought he's done really good compared especially to last game. But it's getting really similar to last week. Maybe runs are going to be hard to come by in this second game, which Glenwood doesn't care. It doesn't have to be a run rule. They just want the win because they call themselves state champions. Jackson Milam up the bat, and there's strike one.
So far in these 2 games, Jackson Milam rounded out in the first. He's 1 for 4 in game 1.
But you know with a hitter like this, it's only due time before he gets a hold of one. So we got that to bank on. And there's strike 2 to make it 0-2.
Hats off to these pitchers for pitching around Jackson Milam.
Oh, yeah.
They're pretty much getting them out, making them swing on pitches. They're making out these pitches.
Pitch, and that one's hit to shortstop. Shortstop gathers, collects, throws, and the one hopper is an out. That was a bang-bang play. Really close for him being safe, and now that makes it Milam 1 for 6 on the day. And here comes someone that has had a fantastic first game, Brandon McCrane.
He's yet to get out. I mean, he had a double in the first with an RBI, the only run of this game. But in game 1, he was 2 for 2 with a walk with 2 runs back in. So 3 RBIs so far in this series.
And he had a double last time at bat. He was at bat in that first inning.
You know that Brandon McCrane is going to see pitches, especially if you're pitching around Jackson Milam. Brandon McCrane is going to make you pay and try to pitch to him. He's coming up to bat next.
1-0 pitch from McKinney is low for ball 2 to make it 2-0. 2 outs here in the top of the third inning. It's game 2 of the AISA 3A state championship game. Glenwood leads the series 1-0. Use some bad soccer terminology there with the 0. And there's McCrane. He hits that one. A lot of fly balls right now for McKinney. And he goes 1, 2, 3. We get to the bottom of the third. Glenwood leads 1-0. It's Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage live on Beam and Beam 7 YouTube channel, Thrift Barringer Facebook page. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. It's Thrift Barringer, it's Richard Holdridge. We've called every single game of these playoffs so far for Glenwood, and it's awesome to be doing this state championship game. I've done a lot of things in my broadcasting career, albeit young broadcasting career. This is going on year number 7. But this is one of the bigger games that I've had the pleasure of doing. And I'm excited to be here. Alongside my partner, Richard Holdridge. You can listen to his podcast on WQEE in Noonan and also on anywhere you find your podcast, Apple Podcasts. It's a Sports Beat with Richard Holdridge. Me and him will be live tonight talking about these 2 games. Hopefully, we're talking about Glenwood being a state champion team. Tyler Sykes throws the first one, and it's swing and a miss for strike 1 right now. Up to bat for Macon East's Tanner Searles, the second baseman. There's strike 2 to make it 0-2. Tyler Sykes is now thrown 26 pitches.
Give up the 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and 2 innings of work.
I'm sure he's assistant probably
Pitch on the way, and that one is swing and a miss. He struck him out, and there is strikeout number 3 for Tyler Sykes. And my man has been on his A game this entire playoffs. And up to bat now is center fielder Deontay Powell, who's got a lot of action in the field. He's got a lot of putouts out there. First pitch to him is outside for ball one.
Foul was 0 for 2. Struck out. It's out the 10-run rule. Yeah, 2 plate raises. Bottom of the order.
Next one, swing and a miss, and right now they're not even close to hitting anything that Sykes is pitching to them.
Your game 2 starter, Tyler Sykes.
Ooh, I thought we were going to get the lawnmower strikeout right there. He burned the edge on that one, but not a strike.
I thought it was too. You got a 1-0 lead here. You want your team to get some insurance. Tyler Sykes has been in this situation before. Look at last week.
There's strike 2 to make it 2-2.
When you're a pitcher that's dealing, you know that you don't have to give up any run when your team is ahead. Tyler Sykes, he's just got the presence of game 1 starter.
And that one is hit. Diving stop. No avail for Jackson Milam and a 2-out single. As soon as we, or excuse me, 1-out single for Deontay Powell. Just as we were talking about Tyler Sykes, he gives up a hit right there. And here's a guy who got a single last time he was up, Gunnar Justice.
AISA, Jackson Milam, he really controls a sweet spot for a lot of hitters. Shortstop. Balls get hit.
And right to Lane Griggs, and he's able to make the double play. Unbelievable. For one, what hops by Lane Griggs to went up there and catch that, and it caught Deontay Powell. He was like, there's no way that's going to be caught. He falls down, and that's an easy double play. Lane Griggs gets him out the inning, and we're heading to the top of the 4th. Tyler Sykes still wheeling and dealing, up 1-0. This game brought to you by Greeny White & Associates, Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, and Berger Construction. Be right back after this. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Wyatt Tharps up to bat now. And there's strike 1 to him. Thaddeus McKinney is on the mound right now, and him and Tyler Sykes have pitched some beautiful baseball so far in this game. Glenwood has 1 run on 4 hits. Macon East has no runs on 2 hits. McKinney, 0-1 pitch on the way. Strike 2. Make it 0-2. Well, he was in that Monroe series, the leadoff hitter, but then Lane Griggs has been for the last 3 games, and it's worked. And there is strike 3 looking, and White couldn't believe it, even looked back at the umpire, but like I said, as long as you're consistent, which he has been, I have no problem with those strikes. Jacob Page, the game 1 starting pitcher and winner, 12-0 on the season. He also has
flied out to start the 2nd inning, but he reached base all 3 times in game 1. 3 for 3.
McKinney, first pitch, ball.
I gotta say, McKinney really has been dealing. He gave up the 1 run in the first, but he's so far. He had a 1-2-3 inning in the 3rd, and got the strikeout to start the 4th.
1-0 pitch on the way, and Page hits that one out of play into the bullpen of Glenwood.
Very impressive with this pitcher in this game to start it. So, he's got a pretty good command of his fastball. Glenwood won that lead. I'm starting to see the similarities to that game 2 against the Scott Academy last week.
1-1 pitch, low for ball 2.
Of course, if you are a Glenwood fan, you want to see some insurance runs. You don't want to be going to the latter innings with just the 1 run lead.
And that, does it hit him? No, but it's going to make it 3-1.
There's a count for Jacob Page and see if they get the green light to swing if it's close.
I'm so used to seeing nowadays in the games we've called hitters usually leaning in to take that one. But I don't blame Jacob not wanting to get hit. And he did. He thought that was low, but I mean, this umpire's been consistent. They should know by now that's a strike. So it's 3-2. 1 out.
I'm actually okay with the hitter's crowd. Especially if you know the pitcher on the mound is going to throw it inside.
Right. 3-2 pitch. And that one is a shot that, sheesh.
That's a Jorge Soler type shot.
That one,
Foul.
he hit that one as tall as the lights here at Patterson Field, but goes out of play. Nothing's gonna. You got to be very careful with the, what's the word I'm looking for? Comparisons, because the Jorge Soler shot is one of a kind. I don't think we've ever seen that in baseball. I mean, very few hitters can hit a ball that far, that hard, and that quickly.
I just think as announcers, anytime we see a moonshot, we saw.
It makes you think of that, right? I think that's a good point. 3-2 pitch. That did come from Thaddeus McKinney. Delivery on the way. Another foul. Nice job by Jacob Page. Good at bat by him, staying alive. Making McKinney use more pitches than he wants.
Page, the designated hitter in this game, pitched game 1, the victory, 11-1 for the Gators.
This will be the 9th pitch at this at bat. And there's ball 4. Great at bat by Jacob Page. 10 pitches, and it turns into a walk. And now here comes Lucas Holman, who also was close to scoring a run. We had runners on 2nd and 3rd, but was not able to come home.
He didn't score a run in that first game. He walked twice, flied out. Lucas Holman, we remember him on the hard state champion Glenwood Gators basketball.
McKinney.
Nice pitch.
First pitch ball to Lucas Holman. 1 out.
That's the one thing about these Glenwood Gators ball players. They're athletes. We saw them get their greens
Right.
before last week. About 6 players on the baseball team. So that's a team.
And ball 2 now.
This game is really fun.
Both games. It's crazy.
That first game,
It's 2 o'clock now Eastern time. This game started at 11 o'clock. First game did. So you get almost 1.5 games of baseball in about 3 hours with a 30-minute break in between. Definitely going by fast. 3-0 count to Lucas Holman.
I gotta say, this is a great crowd for both schools.
Oh yeah,
Middle of the
good
day,
turnout.
They're in school. They'll make it East didn't have to go that far.
And there is ball 4, and now we got runners on 1st and 2nd. Here comes the center fielder, Aaron Burton.
Back-to-back walks for the pitcher, Thaddeus McKinney. It's gonna bring Coach Will Graham out for the Macon East Knights. Just gonna talk to his pitcher, just trying to settle anything. I don't see any action in the bullpen for the Knights.
I don't think you want to change it just yet. I mean, you've had confidence. I think McKinney's pitched a good game so far. Only given up 1 run, 4 hits. And 3 1/3 innings of work.
But it's common, you look at this game too, Macon East's backs are against the wall because this is an elimination game. Remember, Macon East actually played Glenwood very well in the regular season.
Yeah.
They lost by 2 runs in that first game, and they have beaten Glenwood. One of Glenwood's 4 losses was to Macon East.
Yep, and their only loss in the region play and their only loss to any AISA teams came against these Macon East Knights. But it's a tall task to ask them to win not only 1 but 2 games to become state champions. And right now they're losing 1-0, and Glenwood trying to go for state champion number 23. Here's Aaron Burton.
Burton rounded out in the second.
Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call. Sports Vision High School playoff coverage here on Beam 7 YouTube channel and Thrift Behringer Facebook page. Pitch. And that is hit out of play. Make it 0-1.
Macon East out of Cecil, Alabama. It's on the outskirts of Macon County.
Yeah.
Which is the seat of Montgomery.
I used to call them when we played them against in basketball. I remember a player by the name of J.D. Owens. Me and him were rivals, but I respected him. And there's a line drive base hit. Nice job by Aaron Burton. That's going to send Jacob Page home to the plate. Oh, and a bad error. That's going to send Lucas home, and Burton falls down. Otherwise, he would have gotten to third. And a blunder out there in right field, but a nice base hit by Aaron Burton before that brings home both runs, 3-0 Glenwood, and Aaron Burton turns that into a double. Could have been a triple.
Yeah, what a just Aaron Burton.
And he was due for that.
He was.
He has been due for that last several games.
Encourage runs, 2 RBIs, and now Glenwood leads 3-0. That's what Tyler Sykes wants, to get some more run support,
Yeah.
and he'll feel a little bit of confidence going into the 4th inning.
Right, less pressure on him. I mean, of course he has pressure, but when you feel that comfort of having a 3-run lead, makes you feel better. But like I was saying, when we would play against Macon East, some of the things that the Glenwood student section, the bleacher creatures, we would call them Bacon East. You know, just anything to mess up their name, trying to get in the player's head. Obviously did not work because they beat us both times we played them my senior year.
Glenwood's alma mater. You're the alma mater of Glenwood. Glenwood is your alma mater.
And I'm ready to call a state championship. Number 9 for Tim Fanning, Coach Fanning, and number 23 for the school. And he's going to throw down. Almost hit Aaron Burton in the back right there. It wasn't a great throw. Wouldn't have got him out anyway. 2-0 now, the count. I'm wondering how long now, if he can get a hit right here, Jackson Griggs, which he did last time with a single, how long Coach Graham will keep him in from Macon East. McKinney, 2-0 count to Griggs. Jackson Griggs looks to set down a bunt. And that apparently is messing up McKinney because he's thrown 3 straight balls, or excuse me, I guess he called one of them a strike. So 2-1 the count, 2-1.
You know, in 2 games, Jackson Griggs is batting 1,000. He did not have an official plate appearance in game 1, but he did a single.
Pitch, outside, 3-1 the count. And,
Like the hitters count for Jackson Griggs.
and only 1 out right now, and guess what? Top of the order is coming up next. 3-1 count to Jackson Griggs, the second baseman. Is he going to try to lay down another bunt? Yes, he is, and he does lay it down beautifully, and that is going to be a single. What a bunt right there for Jackson Griggs. He's going to go 2 for 2 now on the day, and here comes his cousin, Lane Griggs.
Well, Lane Griggs is due for a hit. He's 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts, but you know that he's got connection, making contact. With his pitcher, Thaddeus McKinney.
And so we did see someone warming up in the Macon East bullpen. You talked about that, Richard. He's come back to the dugout, so I expect him, if McKinney can't get Griggs out right here, they're probably going to make a pitching change. 3-0. Runners on the corners. 1 out for Lane Griggs. Pitch on the way, and that one's hit. Line drive, base hit into left field. And Burton will come in easy to make it 4-0 Glenwood. And now the Glenwood Hitters are teeing off, and I was right about that. That will probably do it for Thad McKinney, who did an excellent job through 3 innings, only giving up 1 run. But here in the 2nd inning, a couple walks, couple base hits. It's now 4-0 Glenwood. And we're going to see if Coach Graham's making that change. And he is. Still a great game pitched by McKinney, but
Sophomore had a great game.
Maybe he left him in a little too long when he went out for the mound visit a couple batters ago before they gave up those 3 runs. Maybe he should have made a change then, but now pitching for Macon East. Is number 11, Bryant Morrison, the sophomore.
Another sophomore pitcher, the lefty.
Again, Macon East 32-10 on the season. Coach Graham won a state championship last year, and now they moved up in a classification and playing a team they're used to playing. They were in the same region and classification for years before they moved down to 2A back in the mid-2010s.
We also have the reclassification for both Alabama and Georgia. We saw teams just move, like Pike Liberal Arts. Actually, I don't know, was that a choice for them to leave the AISA?
Yeah, that was definitely a choice. We've seen that, and that's happened a lot. Faith Academy was in the AISA, moved to the AHSA Cottage Hill. I mean, I could name about 10 to 15 schools that left the AISA to go to the AHSA, but Glenwood is a staple, and we're glad they are part of the AISA. And they're trying to win their 23rd state championship. This game is brought to you by Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Greeny White and Associates, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Behringer Construction, Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge. Live. Go ahead.
Oh, I gotta say, Glenwood here in the state championship, but we got a big game in East Alabama tomorrow, Smith Station at Central.
Yeah, that should be a phenomenal one. Final 4, and then me and Richard will be calling the Calvary game on Friday. They play in the GAPS state championship for Georgia, and it will be live on my page, Thrift Behringer Facebook page. Looking forward to being on the call for that one, but we're about 3 innings, 3+ innings from Glenwood winning another state championship, and I am looking forward to be able to make that call. And I was literally thinking about what I would say last night and excited for Glenwood. Up the bat now is Pierce Edwards, the catcher. Pitch on the way, and that one is a high fly ball right to the center fielder. He comes in, makes the play for out number 2. And Jackson Milam will come up with 2 outs and runners on first and second.
Jackson Milam 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. Making these pitchers have been doing a great job pitching Jackson. This entire series, he's 1 for 6.
Milam is definitely due for one. This is a guy that the previous 4 games hit home runs in every single one of them. Had extra base hits, even hit for a cycle in one of the series. Pitch on the way. Milam swings and misses that one for strike 1. But you don't want to be too anxious when you're up at the plate, knowing that you're trying to come up clutch for your team.
A lefty on lefty matchup. You like seeing this in your baseball.
No doubt about it. 1-0-1 pitch to make it 1-1.
So far, since we've been calling Glenwood baseball, we've seen Jackson 2 runs. I think 2 or 3. I know that in the game against Lee Scott Academy, game 1, he hit the 2-run shot in first, but also in the Rowe Academy, he hit the ball.
1-1 pitch. On the way from Morrison to Milam. Almost hits him to make it 2-1.
Jackson Milam, a 5'2" player, shortstop, committed to South Alabama University Sunbelt Conference.
Shout out to South Alabama.
Great job in the fall. Good luck to him.
Mobile. Check out, which I went there for my birthday this past year. They got some beautiful beaches. Oh, yeah. I think I'm retiring that name. And a swing and a miss and a strikeout right there. Nope, that's strike 2. Strike 2, strike 2. It's prematurely already striking out Jackson Milam. I'm sorry to anyone that's watching that is related to him. 2-2. 2 outs here. Glenwood leading 4-0. 3 runs here in the top of the 4th. Two pitch on the way, and that one's hit into center field. Is it going to be over his head? No. Running grab, and there is out number 3, but not without some insurance runs added on for Tyler Sykes. It's 4-0 Glenwood. We head to the bottom of the 4th. This is Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage in the AISA 3A state championship game. Patterson Field live on Beam 7 YouTube channel and Thrift Behringer Facebook page. We'll be right back after this. Back live here at Patterson Field, joking around with my boy Toygar. CVCC is about to start their action, or have started their action in their play-in game today. Tyler Sykes on the mound. It's pitched 3 innings of shutout baseball and given up 2 hits. And he's got 3 strikeouts on the game so far. Up now is Matthew Kitchens, the pitcher from game 1. There's ball 1.
I think the big grounding into that line drive to the third baseman, Lane Griggs, to get the double play was huge. He's got Tyler Sykes out of the jam. He's got a clean slate.
Say that 3 times as fast, and we wish we could replay that. 1-1 pitch, and that's going to be all the way back to the almost a play. Josh McConnell, my former basketball coach and softball, now the softball coach at Glenwood and the defensive coordinator for the football team, longtime defensive coordinator. He's trying to give some baseballs away to some fans. He was an excellent baseball player for Glenwood in the early 2000s. Went on, got a scholarship to Marshall, a D1 school in West Virginia, the Thundering Herd.
Kennesaw State will be there in 2024.
Yep. One and two, the count to Matthew Kitchens.
This is a great afternoon for baseball. I'll tell you, I'm excited. I know we started things off at 11 Eastern, 10 Central.
1-2 pitch, and that one's fouled back.
Come on, Matthew. Take that swing on it, bud.
Kitchens struck out in the first. Kitchens, the game 1 starter for Macon East.
The 1-2 pitch on the way, and that one's hit high. It's going to stay in the infield. 1 of 3 people is going to grab it. Oh! And it looked like Lane Griggs grabbed Pierce Edwards. Pierce does get the out. I'm just glad everyone's okay, and this is exactly why the old cliche of calling it to make sure that doesn't happen. 1 out here, and here comes Jay Boroth, who was walked and hit by pitch in the first game. In this second game, he is 0 for 1 with a flyout. strike one.
That was a good pitch by Tyler Sykes. Good control of his fastball, excellent velocity.
Oh, 1. Make it 1-1.
Very close to being called a strike. I know it was outside of the strike zone, but you know, this umpire, he's had a very consistent strike zone so far.
He has no complaints, and that one's fouled out of play to make it 1-2. Bottom of the 4th. Griff Behringer, Richard Holzer's on the call. You can listen to the Sports Vision radio show with me and DJ Jones. We'll talk about this game tomorrow, 4 to 6 p.m. on 92.1 Smooth R&B. Sports Vision's Facebook page. Go like us on there. 1-2 the count. That one's foul. It looked like fouled off the end of his bat, but it is going to be a fair ball.
That was right on the line. A great hit by Boroff.
A little blooper that gets down for a hit to make it a 1-out single. By the way, Sports Vision also does events, and we do the Sports Vision's award shows for basketball and football, and the females awards luncheon as well. In football, we had Coach Kirby Smart come and speak. In basketball, we had legendary Coach Sam Mitchell of the NBA and from Columbus State. He came and spoke during then, so be sure to go and check out our Facebook page for all that information. Also, like Beam on Facebook. This Toy Gar is literally all over the place broadcasting these games, and that one's a rocket. Hit all the way to right field. That's going to be almost hurt. Is it caught? Nope, they said he did drop it, and that is going to be a nice piece of base hitting right there. And for the first time in 2 games, Macon East has a runner on third, second and third, 1 out, and a nice double right there for Barrett Spieth. I want to keep calling him Spieth. He's not Jordan Spieth.
No, not Jordan Spieth, the golfer, but yeah, Barrett Spieth. But yeah, Spieth.
Yeah,
of course. I said it even. No, that was actually great range by Wyatt Tharp to keep it in front of him to make sure that the run didn't score.
He literally was trying to do
he was trying
to
do
yeah. He was trying to do something that Willie Mays was known for.
1954 World Series, Game 1.
2 runners at second and third. There's strike 1, and Tyler Sykes, a little bit of trouble right now, up 4-0.
Well, the batter, Thaddeus McKinney, grounded out in the 2nd inning. He's got runners in scoring position.
He was the starting pitcher in today's game. Gave up 4 runs, pitched 3 1/3 inning, and there's strike 2 to make it 0-2. Macon East fans, you can hear it. They're excited, they're anxious, they're just wanting to see someone come across that plate. Pitch on the way is high for ball 1 to make it 1-2. So we're in inning number 4. So that's 3 1/3 innings we played. And then the 5 innings.
The 5, yes.
So that's 8 1/3 innings of shutout baseball so far for the Glenwood Gators, and it's 2-2 now. They did score 1. They did score. Yeah, it was 11-1.
I do got to say, we're up here in the press box, and
there's
nice pitch.
Strike 3, Tyler Sykes. Nice pitch right there, and you can see that motivated him. They did score 1 run in the top of the 5th to make it 11-1. I completely forgot about that. We've only given up 1 run, and that run was so. It didn't mean anything because it was already 11-0. Scoring a run right here in a game that's 4-0, it's a little bit different feeling. Gives you some momentum. Think you're still in the game. Up now is third baseman Jack Jones.
So he grounded out in the 2nd inning. We're up here in the press box here at Patterson Field. Doesn't it feel like the fans is about 50-50? You look at all the orange shirts on the third base side, all the red and blue shirts on the first base side.
Swing and a miss right there for strike 2 to make it 0-2.
Because we know Glenwood fans travel, but Macon East just outside of Montgomery, still in Macon County in Cecil, Alabama. Not too far to make this trip here at Patterson Field.
0-2 pitch. Runners on second and third. 2 outs. Sykes trying to get out of this jam.
That would be huge if he can get out of this jam. Jack Jones, last game, flied out and grounded into a double play.
0-2 pitch, and he just got hit in the arm. And that makes the bases loaded now, and Tyler Sykes is definitely upset with that one. He felt like he was ahead in the count with that batter, and he just let one get away. Now up to bat, number 11. And here is the guy that came in and is the pitcher right now, Bryant Morrison.
Pitcher number 11, Bryant Morrison.
So he is actually going to, this is his first plate appearance. Yes, he replaced Cam Bell, who was in the starting lineup, the left fielder.
And that one's hit out of play. All right, bases loaded right now, and if you're making East, you gotta be able to muster up something right here to get it some runs across the plate. 4-0.
And also he represents the tying run.
And there is strike 2, 0-2. Sykes 1 out away from getting out of this jam. Bases loaded to the new pitcher, Bryant Morrison. 0-2 pitch on the way, low for ball 1.
I do like having an 0-2 count. You can work the corners, and you don't have to throw a strike. You can get the batter to chase.
Yeah. 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Timeout called for Bryant.
And it also helps you to make sure that you're increasing your pitches and the velocity.
1-2 pitch, that one's hit to Jackson Griggs. Griggs makes the play, and that will end the inning. Nice job by Tyler Sykes getting out of the jam. We're gonna head to the top of the 5th. Glenwood leads 4-0. This game is brought to you by Greeny White & Associates, Terry Johnson Agency LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, Behringer Construction LLC, Sports Visions, and of course Beam. We're live here on Beam YouTube channel and Thrift Behringer Facebook page. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holgers on the call. We're in the top of the 5th. Glenwood is 3 innings away from winning another state championship. They won the first game 11-1 and they lead the series 1-0. Tyler Sykes has pitched 4 innings of 4-hit baseball with no runs. And up to bat now is one of the hottest hitters in the ballpark, Brandon McCrane.
Well, Brandon McCrane doubled in the first inning. He's got a run batted in. He flied out in the 3rd. And Brandon McCrane also got on base all 3 times in game 1. Had 2 runs batted in, had a double and a single and a walk. So he has been what we would like to call clutch in baseball. He was responsible for the 2-out base hit to get the 2 runs in against Lee Scott in game 2. And he's just done it time in and time out. It's in his DNA.
Brandon McCrane. Last year, we just got from Ron Frazier of the Citizen that he was the game 1 pitcher, and I know he was a really good pitcher. We have not seen him in the playoffs so far this year, and he is already getting looked at by Auburn. He is a complete player. There's a couple guys, as we talked about, Jackson Milam going Division I to South Alabama. The talent here on Glenwood's roster is immaculate, if I can use that word.
Yeah, of course you can.
Oakwood won the count to Brandon McCrane. Bryant Morrison, pitch on the way, fouled back for 0-2.
I tell you, I'm impressed with this ball field. Patterson Field here in Montgomery. Of course, the Montgomery Biscuits, the AA team, they play at the ballpark in downtown, but this is just a great venue, and really they've been hospitable here. The AISA, they've had refreshments for us and provided lunch. I mean, it's always great when you have that, and you just can't beat this atmosphere and this press box too.
0-2. Pitch on the way. Outside for ball 1. Excited to call the game on Friday. Calvary trying to win their 5th straight state championship.
Unbelievable.
So in 1 week, we're calling 2 state championship games, and we could have 2 state championship teams in the Tri-City area. That's just great for the community, and it shows you we don't just love football. Not only are we good at basketball, we had a state championship team in basketball. Pacelli lost in the state championship game, and that almost hit McCrane for ball 2. But we're also we're just good at all sports around
Absolutely. I think there are 4 teams in the Chattahoochee Valley that can win championships. Glenwood, obviously, Calvary Christian, Central or Smith Station, and LaGrange.
We'll see how those games play out. Coach Keogh of Central won the state championship last year.
He's trying to go back-to-back.
Trying to go back-to-back. Smith Station won the state championship a few years ago.
Back in 2015. They hoping to spoil Central's party. I mean, we're talking backyard brawl baseball edition.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they do not like each other. You know, these schools are so close to each other.
Yeah.
When you go on 280, very close proximity, and that rivalry is very heated.
And you plan on covering the game tomorrow?
Well, I actually plan on being in attendance. Of course, it's an AISA game.
Oh, you can still get credentials. There is ball 3 to make it 3-2.
Of course, I like attending sporting events to cover for my podcast. I was at the LaGrange Shaw game last week.
Shaw winning a playoff series
yes,
for the first time since Charles Flowers was a coach over there.
Absolutely.
And that was a long time ago.
Yeah, Jack Patterson's alma mater. He's excited, but he's happy when the Shaw Raiders, you know, of course, he's happy about every team here in the Chattahoochee Valley. Loves covering them.
3-2 count and timeout right there by McCrane.
And really a big shout out to the sports stations here in Columbus, WRBL and WTVM, as they are getting highlights of this series. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the coverage later this evening.
3-2 pitch, and that one's hit. That's going to be down for a base hit. That was an excellent hit right there by Brandon McCrane. And he leads off the top of the 5th with a double. And that was a rope. It was definitely not going to be caught right there. And now that makes it run on second. And here comes now Wyatt Tharp.
Wyatt Tharp, he is 0 for 2 in this game. He struck out his last at bat. He had 2 singles and 2 RBIs in that first game. And we saw him at the top of the order for Glenwood in that series against Monroe Academy, and he's leading the team with 36 stolen bases. I just want to see him get on base and
you just
steal.
want to see a steal. That's all you care about. You don't care about nothing else except steals here.
Well, you remember in the World Series, they had that promo, steal a base, steal a taco.
You got to steal some tacos?
We might end up going to get some tacos, maybe.
He's trying to put down a bunt for ball 1. I had tacos last night at Shout Out Tacos and Things in Columbus, Georgia. Oh,
great place. Great place.
Delicious tacos.
Absolutely.
0-2 the count. This makes it 1-2. I think 1-1, excuse me.
So as we are here in the top of the 5th inning, just something to be mindful of. Now the 10-run rule is in effect. But Glenwood's not really thinking about that. The Glenwood just want to be patient and just try to get through this game, even if it takes 7 innings.
Let's not push our luck. I think Glenwood's just happy to get some runs, because right now, 4-0. They just want to win, and they just want to get this 23rd state championship victory.
Absolutely agree. Glenwood is the visiting team. Macon East will get last at bats. That's something to be mindful of as well.
Wyatt Tharp, 2-1 count to him.
Great crowd from both schools here. I'm sure they got to get out of school today. Definitely.
No doubt about it. All right, 2-1 count right now as Wyatt Tharp steps back in. Morrison, the relief pitcher, Bryant Morrison, only a sophomore from Macon East. 2-1 pitch. Thought about laying down a bunt. Doesn't, because it's a ball to make it 3-1 now. He's obviously trying to move over McCrane. Coach Fan is just trying to get some insurance for pitcher Tyler Sykes, who's thrown an excellent 4 innings of baseball so far.
I like Morrison's windup. I like how he tucks his shoulder when he delivers, and that just gives him a little bit extra oomph on his fastball.
3-1 count. Pitch on the way, fouled back to make it 3-2.
And I like how he's changing from fastball to changeup. He threw a changeup there, and it's hard to tell from the press box. I mean, they have a changeup, they have a slider, curveball. The pitchers like to just change it up, like the sequence of pitches. You keep the hitters guessing, and that's really what it's all about. But we still have no outs here for Macon East, so they want to try to get it out here. Just got to focus on the batter.
3-2. Pitch on the way is fouled back. Still full count. Nice piece of keeping a bat alive for Wyatt Thorpe. And I know Tyler Sykes and the Glenwood Gators would like to get some more insurance runs, as he has not given up any runs in the 2 games he has pitched so far in the playoffs. So it's 3-2 the count right now. Runner on second, leadoff double from Brandon McCrane. Morrison sets. Delivers the 3-2 pitch, and that is hit high into shallow right field, and that's going to be an easy play for the second baseman for the first out of the inning. And here comes Jacob Page, and Jacob Page so far today.
He walked in the 3rd inning, but if you could recall, he singled 3 times in that first game with 2 runs batted in. Playing DH today in Game 2. He was the winning pitcher for the Glenwood Gators in Game 1. And he just had an incredible win, 11-1.
And he had a bunch of strikeouts. He was typical Jacob Page stuff for the most part, and he's now looking to try to add on here with 1 out. Bryant Morrison's first pitch to him. A strike. Make it 0-1. Likes hitting the outside and inside of the plate.
Looks like we do have activity over in the Macon East bullpen, as Camden Bell is, well, he was warming up, but now he's back out on the mound. I think he's just throwing. I think the manager, Will Graham, the coach, wants to just get a righty in there.
He just wants to make sure he has someone available just in case something does happen.
Just in case.
Especially with the leadoff double. 0-1 pitch. He takes a long time, and I guess he just didn't like how far Brandon McCrane was leading off right there.
So I got to say, Thrift, this is the 3rd time that a Macon or a Glenwood school has reached the championship game here in football and in one in basketball. So
Girls
Montgomery
and boys, and then
familiar
now for
baseball. Places. Yep. Yeah, I do recall that Montgomery is the site of the AISA championships. I don't think they do any championships anywhere else, do you?
No, I think that's where it's been for a long time. 1-1 the count, and now we got a visit from the shortstop, Gunnar Justice, to give some motivational words to hopefully Bryant Morrison. 1-1 the count right now to Jacob Page.
And of course, Patterson Field is in close proximity to the Cramden Bowl and the multiplex at the Cramden Bowl.
All right, 1-1 the count. Pitch on the way, and that is going to be a line drive, base hit. Yes, it is down, but coach, nice job right there by the center fielder to keep that ball in front of him. Brandon McCrane didn't know whether to go or not because he was trying to decide if, the center fielder, who was a pitcher the first game, Matthew Kitchens, was going to make that catch. He doesn't, so Coach Vance has to hold him at third. Now runners on first and third, and here comes Lucas Holman.
He is 1 for 1, and he walked in the 3rd inning. He's got runners at the corners.
Lucas met his dad the other day. Excellent baseball player. Ball outside to make it 1-0.
Lucas Holman has reached base 4 times in the 2 games so far.
And a lot of these guys play 2 sports. I mean, we talked about this before in broadcast, that especially in the privates, and not just private school, but specifically in private school, talking about Glenwood, a lot of these athletes play multiple sports here at the school. And he lays down a bunt beautifully. That's going to score a run, and he does get out. But a run does score. Brandon McCrane dives in at home. And that makes it 5-0 Glenwood. And good job right there by Lucas Holman. Sacrifice RBI. And here comes center fielder Aaron Burton.
Well, I'll tell you, last at bat, Aaron Burton, he broke open with the 2-run double. And that was great to see Burton get going, because I know that he has had a hard time, especially in that first game. You know, he did ground out, but you know, he did walk twice. But in that Lee Scott Academy game, there was a game where he struck out 3 times, and it was just great to see him get that 2-run double.
I cheer for that.
Absolutely.
That's a game of baseball, though. You're going to struggle batting 300. That means getting 3 hits. That ball's hit into right field. It looks like the right fielder is going to get under it. Thad McKinney does, and that will end at the top half of the 5th inning, but not without some insurance runs by Glenwood. And we're going to head to the bottom of the 5th. Tyler Sykes trying to continue his dominant pitching day. It's Glenwood Macon East 3A AISA State Championship game, Sports Vision's high school playoff baseball coverage on Beam 7 YouTube channel and Thrift Behringer Facebook page. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call. Bottom half of the 5th inning, Glenwood scores another run. They lead 5-0, and Tyler Sykes with a bunch of insurance, as he only needed 1 run last game against Lee Scott in that beautiful pitch game. And he is now 3 innings away, 9 outs away from helping Glenwood win their 23rd state championship. Up now is Tanner Searles for Macon East. He struck out last time he was up at bat. And I've been so impressed the way Tyler Sykes has pitched throughout the playoffs, but specifically these last 2 weeks in the semifinal against Lee Scott and now here in the state championship game against Macon East. First pitch is a strike.
And he got out of a jam in that 4th inning as Macon East stranded the bases loaded.
Bases loaded and able to get out of there. And he even hit someone with a pitch as he wished he was able to get him out, but still didn't fluster him. He was able to get out of that jam, and now it's 1-1 to count. Pitch outside for strike 2. Nice job painting those corners to make it 1-2 now to Searles. Pitch in the dirt to make it 2-2.
All right, so Tyler Sykes at 60 pitches so far.
60 pitches so far, and honestly, I think that's a pretty good pitch count. For basically 12 pitches an inning. I see we're in the bottom of the 5th. 12 to 15 pitches an inning. That's not a lot, and that one is almost hit right, and almost a play in it. Oh, not in time.
It was a good play by Jackson Milan.
So for one, it was a rocket, almost hit the leg of Tyler Sykes, and that definitely would have hurt if it hit him. He was able to get out of the way somehow. Milam does get over behind second base to make the play, but couldn't throw it in time as it was a bang-bang, and it was safe to make it a one-out single for Tanner Searles. And now up to bat is Deontay Powell, who was playing center field at the beginning of the game, now playing first base.
There's a lob over there, but Deontay Powell, he singled in the third inning. And remember, he got out on that double play as Justice actually line drive to the third baseman, Lane Griggs. A huge 2 outs for Glenwood.
Swing and a miss right there for strike one.
So Glenwood had some moments where Macon East could have got some momentum in this game. That third inning, they had a runner on base, and then in the fourth inning, Macon East stranded the bases loaded.
Pitch, 0-1. That one's going to be fouled out of play to make it 0-2.
But the Knights, they have their backs against the wall in this game. This is an elimination game for them.
And coming up is the top of the lineup right here. So if they can able to keep the momentum going and Powell get on right here, it brings up some the momentum for Macon East to try to get some runs as they are down 5-0 and the innings are dwindling down. 0-2 pitch to Powell high to make it 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Delivers. Chopper diving. Nyland can't hold on to it. It would have been a tough play anyway. And there is another single to make runners on first and second with no outs. And here comes the top of the lineup, who already has a single today, excuse me, Gunnar Justice, the shortstop.
Just the shortstop, Gunnar Justice, 1 for 2 in this game, and like we talked about, he grounded into that line drive. He line drive to the third baseman to get the double play in the third inning, which was huge for Glenwood. And he's got 2 runners on base, and with Macon East down 5-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, trying to get some runs.
Sykes, he has a pretty unique pickoff move. He gets us sometimes with it.
Pretty deep over there, Bone.
This is pretty big right here for Glenwood. No outs, first and second for Macon East. Trying to get out of here at the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch is a strike to make it 0-1.
We're used to Jacob Page and Tyler Sykes being the 1-2 starters, but they have a third starter, Brandon McCrane.
And
we have yet to see him pitch.
Well, he hasn't pitched a lot this year at all. Actually, Mason McCrane is second on the team with a 7-0 record. Jackson Kennan also with a 7-1 record. Here's strike 2 to make it 0-2. So, if anything, I think we'll see Mason McCrane come up next. And I think that's what pretty much happened in that first game against Monroe, that first round matchup against them. Definitely will see Mason come out next. 0-2 for Sykes. Pitch on the way. Outside for ball 1 to make it 1-2. Sykes able to get this out right here. That'd be a big out to bring the first one. But here's one of the best hitters on this Macon East team is Gunnar Justice, who has 2 hits. They don't have many of them in these 2 games. 1-2 pitch. I thought the umpire was going to say strike 3. Make it 2-2.
He's locating his fastball pretty good. It's just not getting the corners.
Yeah.
Glenwood hoping for a double play here.
Pitch, and that one's hit to the third baseman. He's not able to make the play, so that's going to bring 1 run in. Will there be 2? Deontay Powell's held at third. 1 run scores and a double right there that scores a run, and nice base hit for Gunnar Justice. Now Macon East makes it 5-1, and I think that's going to be it. Coach Fanning's seen enough. Second and third, we'll see. But I fully expect him not give too much off on the leash right here for Tyler Sykes. 5-1, second and third, and there's no outs. And up the bat next is Matthew Kitchens. So Coach Fanning is going to have a discussion. He is deciding, and you see Tyler Sykes nodding his head, think he's trying to convince him to leave him in. Let me finish this. I can get out of it.
Well, here in the bottom of the 5th, and we're looking down the Glenwood bullpen. There's nobody warming up, so it looks like Coach Fanning's going to let Tyler Seitz pitch to this batter. Yeah. That is the right decision. I mean, he's come this far.
And you're up 5-1. Now, it'd been different if it's 3-1, 2-1, or even 1-1 right now. I understand you're not playing with much. But with it being 5-1, I think if they give another hit and these 2 runs do score, you're going to have to move on from Sykes. But second and third, no outs. Here's Matthew Kitchens up the bat, who has a strikeout and a put out, and that one's hit to Milam. Milam throws the first out of the inning. It does score a run for Deontay Palace. He comes in to make it 5-2.
And that was the right play. Get the out at first. I know they scored the run, but right now Tyler Sykes just got to get outs to get out of this 5th inning with 2 innings left to go.
And here comes Jade Boroff, who actually singled last at bat.
In the 3rd inning, in the 4th inning, that was the inning where Macon East stranded the bases loaded.
First and second, 1 out, pitch on the way, strike 1. Nice job right there by Sykes. Trying to get out of this with only giving up 2 runs. 5-2 Glenwood, bottom of the 5th.
Got the heart of the order coming up for the Knights. The 3, 4, 5 hitters with 1 out.
0-1 pitch. Strike 2 to make it 0-2.
I just love the confidence of Tyler Seitz on the mound. If his presence, knowing that he can get out of this jam, and he's got the batter Boroff at an 0-2 count. Let's see what he does with these next pitches.
0-2. Pitch on the way, and that one's a line drive base hit off the second base. Is he going to send him? He's not. So now the runner's on first and third with 1 out.
You know what, Thrift? I think when it hit the base, it slowed it down enough where the second baseman can get it, allowing the runner at third to stay at third. Otherwise, I think the runner at third would have scored on that.
I think that's a good point. It was a lucky break right there for Glenwood. And now runners on first and third, and here comes number 23, Barrett Spaeth, who doubled last time he was up. And right now, Macon East, they've got 8 hits compared to Glenwood's 9. And they got 2 runs, and it's 5-2. Runners on first and third, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Sykes trying to get out of this jam.
Barrett Spaeth 1 for 2. He does represent the tying run for Macon East.
And that's going to hit right, and I don't think they're calling infield fly because it is out, but there is out number 2. Nice job getting the second out of the inning, and that was a big out because as we saw last time he was up at bat, he hit the ball all the way to the wall, almost a home run. So that would have been huge to get him out big, because if he could have hit that one again off the wall, that probably at least scored 2 runs, and then who knows what could happen. Now is Thad McKinney. Tyler Sykes 1 out away from only giving up 2 runs in what was a very scary inning for Glenwood. First pitch. High for ball 1.
McKinney 0 for 2 in this game with a ground out and a strikeout. As you recall, Barrett Spaeth, he hit it to the wall, but a great job by Wyatt Tharp to play it to prevent the run from scoring. Otherwise, I think that Boroff would have scored that run.
2-0 now to Thad McKinney. Three and 0 now. I wonder if Sykes got something in his eye. He keeps messing with it. 3-0 count. Now, if you're wondering what is Coach Graham going to allow McKinney to swing away right here. First and third, 3-0 pitch on the way. And there's strike 1 right down the middle.
All right, so Thrift, so it's 5-2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Glenwood has 2 more chances to tack on some insurance runs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they got to focus on. is get those insurance runs. They've scored.
3-1 pitch is strike 2. And Thad thought that was a ball, but that definitely was the inside corner. Great pitch right there. And he even looked like he was about to swing. So
He was about to head to first. Why would he think would get first base on that? Especially when he was about to swing.
2 outs. Sykes trying to get out of this inning. Tried his pickoff move. No one's even covering third. Pitch on the way. Strike 3. He gets him looking, and Tyler Sykes is fired up, walking off the mound. And that's going to end the bottom of the 5th. 2 runs scored for Macon East. It's 5-2 Glenwood. We'll head into the top of the 6th. It's AISA 3A State Championship game number 2. Glenwood leads the series 1-0. Brought to you by Greeny White. That was scary. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge on the call. We're live, and Glenwood leads 5-2. Had a scary bottom half of that last inning.
A little bit the last 2 innings for Glenwood.
Played with fire. Did get burnt with 2 runs, but Tyler Sykes able to strike out Thad McKinney to end it, and only giving up 2 runs. I don't know if we will see any more of Tyler Sykes this game, as Coach Fanning does have a really good bullpen, especially with Jackson Cannon, who's 7-1 on the season with a 4.16 ERA. Mason McCrane is 7-0 with a 1.42 ERA. He can use both of them to come into the game.
Very true, but
Even Lucas Holman is 6-0 on the season, 20 innings pitched with 1.05 ERA.
And you're right. The bullpen is got some activity over there.
It is McCrane. And it looks like that's Brandon McCrane heading out there. I thought that would have been Mason. So Brandon McCrane is warming up right now. I'm wondering if we haven't seen a lot of Mason. I did overhear that he was injured and sick in this recent weeks. If that had a reason why we haven't seen a lot of him pitching, as he's one of the better pitchers on this staff. 0-1 pitch right now to Jackson Griggs, the second baseman.
2 for 2 in the game so far.
And he hits that one high into left field. Easy play for him for the first out of the inning. Deontay Powell. And now here comes the leadoff hitter, Lane Griggs.
Lane Griggs, he is flown out twice, and he also has a single with an RBI.
Third baseman number 2, Lane Griggs.
Of course, the cousin of Jackson Griggs. We did not see him in the series with Monroe Academy, but he's been inserted back into the top of the starting lineup against Lee Scott and now Macon East.
Pitch on the way, low for ball 1.
That's terrific. We are in the top of the 6th inning. I know that these fans are on the edge of their seat. I mean, this is the type of game that you and I like to call, but really Glenwood is hoping to get some insurance runs here in this next 2 innings.
Griggs trying to get a 1-out runner on base right here. Pitch on the way, and that one's hit again to left field. A lot of fly balls in this game. And there's out number 2.
Yeah, there's no wind in this ballpark.
And I can tell by Lane Griggs' reaction, he knew he got under that one. He wanted it bad. He's trying to hit it out the ballpark. And
absolutely.
Gets out, and here comes the catcher, Pierce Edwards.
Pierce Edwards, 1 for 3. He has flown out twice. He singled in the first inning. And he is part of that lineup, batting second right before Jackson Milam. And he's the type of player that can get on base knowing that Jackson Milam is in the lineup after him.
Pitch is ball 1. Rip Aaron to Richard Holtridge on the call. We are 2 innings away from calling Glenwood state champions for the 23rd time in school history. 9th time since Coach Manning took over the program back in 2004. 1-0 pitch on the way. That's fouled out of play.
Yeah, 2 quick outs here for Macon East here in the 6th inning. And if they could get Pierce Edwards here, that would force Jackson Milam to lead off the 7th. And that's what you want to do, with pitch to a guy that, you know, don't want to have any runners on base.
No, even though Jackson has struggled with these first 2 games. 2-1 now the count to Pierce Edwards.
But if you know and I know that Jackson Milam is due, as he went 1 for 4 in that first game, 0 for 3 in this game. So 1 for 7 so far in the series.
2-1. Bryant Morrison's pitch on the way. All 3 to make it 3-1.
Keeping this inning alive, a hitter's count. Pierce Edwards trying to get patient to see if he can get something to hit to extend this inning to give Jackson Milam an opportunity to bat here in the 6th.
Bryant Morrison has done a pretty decent job coming on in relief after coming in when it was 4-0. And there is ball 4. So Jackson Milam's coming up now with a 2-out walk to Pierce Edwards, and Milam is definitely due for a gapper right here. And Camden White is going to come in the pinch run for the catcher, Pierce Edwards. Some speed out there, and also Pierce, was behind the plate for both games, gives him a rest, because I know how hot it is and how much work it is to be behind the plate.
So in case you're wondering, in just these 2 games, Jackson Milam batting 142. So you know he's due.
Yes, he is. So you definitely
had to do some math there at 1 for 7. Had to pull out the calculator to do the batting average.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go in your your membrane.
Well, I wish I could memorize that. What 1 for 7 is as far as batting average.
5-2. Glenwood leads. First pitch almost hits Milam in the back.
Well, anytime you have a lefty-lefty matchup, and Milam it doesn't look like he's crowding the plate. I think that pitch was just a little inside.
1-0. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled back to make it 1-1.
And if Jackson Milam is to get on base, one of the hottest hitters, Brandon McCrane, is on deck.
Which he was just in the bullpen warming up, so he'll have to get a hit, run the bases, and then come out in the next inning and pitch.
That's tough to ask.
It is, but these guys are extremely athletic, and they are built for this. Pitch is in the dirt. Camden White, great jump. Throw down, not in time, and there is a 2-out steal for Camden White.
In scoring position for Glenwood, already up 5-2, but they're hoping to get some more insurance runs. 2 more innings as we are here in the 6th inning.
They're going to call that a wild pitch, but it was still on base. 2-1. Pitch on the way. Big to get a single right here, and he hits that one right to the shortstop. He gets that caught in the inner part of the bat, and runner left on second. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th. Glenwood leads 5-2. We'll be right back after this.
swing on it, Jeff. That'll be it. Get over his head. Get over his head.
Hit that ball up there, Jay!
At bat, number 21, Cam Bell.
We're going to swing on the cam right here, bud. Not stop. Well, he's got to stop. Well, you know, the pitcher's got to stop. You can't quit pitching every time. He's got to stop. He's got to stop when he gets set. No quick pitches. That's the third time you missed it, Blue. Third time. You got to say.
Now batting, number 10, Hunter Timmerman.
Let's go, Timmy.
Back to the middle of the field. Let's go.
Put it in place somewhere, bud. We're going to do it again right here. Watch it. You on it, bud.
You got it. Got it, Timmy. Let's go.
Come on.
Go, Hunter. huh?
Go, Tim!
That's why they want that ball.
10 runs and getting done early. But that's not always the case, especially against a talented team like Macon East.
Of course, a resilient bunch.
2-2 pitch. Another good piece of hitting right there. Hunter Timmerman to stay alive, still 2-2.
One thing I like about Glenwood is they've been consistent all year with a 44-4 record. I mean, they know who they are.
Yeah.
As Timmerman steps out of the batter's box. Pinch hitting for Macon East. He's pinch hitting for Searles here in the bottom of the 6th.
2-2 pitch. Off the glove of Pierce Edwards. That's going to bring the runner to third. That's not something you used to see with Pierce Edwards as he goes off his glove.
Not at all. It is a pass ball, and with a 5-2 lead, I mean, right now, Tyler Sykes is just focused on getting out. I mean,
and if you're Glenwood, obviously they know this. They're trying to get the guy out at first. Obviously, if they can make a play at the plate, do that. But then you don't want to take the chance of him being safe and having a runner on first. At least get the out. You got 3 runs to play with right here.
Oh, no doubt.
You got a full count pitch on the way from Sykes. That one's hit. That may be down. Burton's running, able to make the play.
What a catch.
Great catch by Aaron Burton. It does bring in a run, but an excellent catch by Aaron Burton that could have been.
It looked like a gapper.
Double right there.
Absolutely.
And so now that's 2 outs, but a run does score to make it 5-3. And Sykes is going up against now Deontay Powell.
Deontay Powell, he's 2 for 2, but there's no runners on. There's 2 outs. At this point in the game, I would trade an out. I mean, that was a huge out for Glenwood.
It is.
Especially, it looked like it was going to be a gapper in left center.
First pitch to Powell. It's a strike. And you got to ask this question heading in. If he can get out of here to the top of the 7th.
Top of the order is coming up in the 7th.
Top of the order is coming up now for Macon East. Do you put in someone else to go against that? 0-1 pitch. Outside for ball 1.
I think I would let Tyler Sykes finish this inning, and then I would probably go to your closer in the 7th because you know his pitch count is up.
He's definitely over 100 pitches so far.
Has to be.
1-1 makes it 1-2. Swing and a miss for Deontay Powell.
That pitch right there was 100.
100 pitch.
Wow.
Wow.
The first time I've ever seen a high school pitcher pitch 100 pitches.
Wow.
Unreal.
1-2. Pitch on the way outside to make it 2-2. He's definitely going to have to ice this arm when he gets home tonight.
Absolutely.
It'll feel good icing it knowing that you're a state champion.
Absolutely.
With 4 outs away now from winning it all. 2-2 pitch. Foul back to make it still 2-2.
Now Deontay Powell, he's spoiling off pitches, just staying alive, trying to keep the Macon East Knights alive in this game. I got to tell you, the bottom of the lineup, he's had a great game, 2 for 2, and he's also really patrolled the outfield.
Excellent job.
He's done an excellent job.
Really good player.
Boy, this Macon East team, I got to tell you, I know that first game, that was tough for them, losing 11-1, but they have battled in this game 2 with the backs against the wall, elimination game. You know, Macon East is out there fighting, and you would think, you know, this team from Cecil, just on the outskirts of Macon County, you know, their fans, they're supporting them, they're making the trip, but you also see the Glenwood fans, they're ready, as both schools just trying to battle out here in this second game.
2-2 pitch on the way. Slow roller out of play. Nice job staying alive still by Powell. Usually,
pitch count.
Usually that works in favor of the hitter if he keeps running the pitch count up, and the count don't matter at this point because he's already been over 100 pitches. But working the count and allowing, seeing a lot of pitches, you know, gives him a good chance of being able to get on base. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Tyler Sykes strikes him out, but not without giving up another run. Glenwood still leads 5-3. It's Rip Behringer, Richard Holdridge live calling the AISA 3A state championship game. Number 1, Glenwood. Number 2, Macon East. Glenwood leads the series 1-0, and they're 3 outs away from getting their 23rd state championship. This game brought to you by Greeny White & Associates, Agency LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, and Behringer Construction. We're live with Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage on Beam and Rip Behringer Facebook page. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the broadcast, and we are 1 inning away. This is the top of the 7th. Glenwood trying to add some insurance runs as it's gone from 5-0 to now 5-3. Tyler Sykes has pitched probably his last inning as he went 6 innings, giving up 3 runs and 9 hits, and Glenwood leads 5-3. Up to bat now will be Brandon McCrane, who's had an excellent series so far in this one.
Absolutely. 2 for 3 in this game, 2 doubles and an RBI. As Glenwood trying to get some insurance runs here in the top of the 7th.
Macon East. Pitcher now is number 21, Cam Bell,
who is a senior, but he also was in the game as a fielder. He played left field, and now he's pitching. And that's usually, in high school baseball, it's just the ultimate utility players. You could just throw anybody anywhere.
Now at the plate, number 12, Brandon.
But the high school rules is they could come in and out of the game. Usually in Major League rules, once you leave the game, you can't come back in.
Exactly right. Brandon McCrane up 5-3. Glenwood gets some more runs. 3 outs away from the state championship. First pitch to McCrane. It's low for ball 1.
A good eye by McCrane. Wyatt Tharp is on deck. You got some speedsters coming up. And then Glenwood here, top of the 7th inning here at Patterson Field.
There's going to be a base hit. Nice job by McCrane. And I am willing to bet that if they do give out an award for MVP, which they do not, I know in basketball they do make all tournament selection team. McCrane would definitely be my vote for that, as he is now 3 for 4 on the day.
Absolutely.
3 for 4 on today's game. He was last game, Richard.
I mean, he was 2 for 2 because he doubled and
so he's 5
singled.
for 6 on the day. He's got multiple RBIs, and he has been phenomenal. So I'm assuming now with McCrane coming out, bringing Camden White to be the pinch runner, that McCrane is going to be headed to the bullpen, and he will be coming in as the closer in the 7th inning.
All right. Well, Wyatt Tharp, he's due for a hit. He's 0 for 3 in this game.
Tries to put down the bunt, not able to. Camden White seen a lot of action as a pinch runner.
Wyatt Tharp had 2 runs batted in that first game. He's a little quiet here in game 2, hoping to get his first hit of this game.
There is strike 1 to make it 1-1.
But I think the strategy here is to get the runner over to second.
No doubt.
Play small ball, because one run really is huge, even if you're just trying to get 1 run.
Especially when you got Page coming up, who had some hits in the first game. He's 1 for 2 to today's game. Outside for ball 2 to make it 2-1.
Let's see if Wyatt Tharp gets a pitch that he would like to hit. If he's going to show bunt, if he's going to lay down the bunt and even try to bunt with 2 strikes.
2-1 pitch. On the way. Pulls back for ball 3.
And he might even get lucky here and get the base on ball. Now it's a hitter's count. I'd still try to lay down the bunt, but I think that Camden Bell is not going to give Wyatt Tharp anything that will give him a successful bunt attempt.
And there is strike 2 to make it 3-2. And obviously now Wyatt's definitely going to have to look for something to hit. And at first, no outs, top of the 7th. 3-2 pitch on the way, sliced, foul.
So staying alive in the count, Wyatt Tharp.
Immediately after this game, if Glenwood does win the state championship, we will end the broadcast on Beam 7. We will end the broadcast on my Facebook page, and we will start up a new post with the interview with Coach Fanning. So make sure to go to Thrift Behringer Facebook page if you would like to hear that interview. There's another foul ball. And Thrift Behringer Facebook page, also Sports Visions.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting show tomorrow with DJ Jones.
Yep, and I'm hoping that we're talking about Glenwood winning their 23rd state championship. 3-2 pitch. On the way. And that one's going to be a gapper. And that's going to definitely be an extra base hit. Here comes Camden White. He's being waved around. There, Coach Fanning telling him to stop. He puts on the brakes. I think he could have made it. I don't know if the second baseman could have made that through all the way out the shallow center field, but a nice base hit by Wyatt Tharp, and that brings up Lucas Holman with no outs and runners on second and third.
I think that was a good decision to hold the runner at third because it's high risk, high reward. Now you have runners in scoring position with no outs. And Jacob Page, he is 1 for 2. He singled, he walked, and he flied out and had an incredible first game, 3 for 3 with 2 runs batted in.
And Coach Graham calls time, and he's going to meet with Cam Bell, who's only thrown to 2 batters. So, but I think he knows that he can't afford to give up any runs right here.
Not at all.
It's already a tall task to score 2 runs next inning, even though they scored 3 in the last 2 innings. But giving up some runs here to make it the lead now, or 4 or 5 runs, that's going to be hard to ask for Macon East. No outs, and here comes Jacob Page, who singled last time, and we could use that single right now.
Absolutely.
I feel like that could score 2 runs with the speed of Wyatt Tharp and Camden White. Second and third. No outs here in the top of the 7th.
Never know, Jack. Never know, Jack. Jack.
Pitch on the way. It's inside for ball 1.
Jacob Page, the winning pitcher in game 1 with 7 innings of work. Gave up the 1 run.
Yep.
5 innings of work. Yeah, you're right. It's a 5-run rule.
5 innings.
10-run rule, 5 innings. Oh, yeah.
There's strike 1 to make it 1-1.
Now, we've seen him go the distance, though. He's pitched 7 innings.
Yes. Absolutely.
But
we saw that literally last week against Lee Scott. 1-1 the count, the Jacob Page. Pitch on the way. That one's going to be blooped. And it's caught. But he's safe because it was hit on the ground.
That was a chopper.
It was the way it came off his bat. I honestly thought
I thought that was a pop up.
I did too, but obviously he hit the ground first, and that is going to be a single. And that's going to bring in a run to make it 6-3. And now with no outs, runners on first and third, here comes another relief pitcher, Coach Graham. It says, Cam, you're done, and he's bringing in now
Jason Tatum. And we're not talking about the small forward for the Boston Celtics.
Nope, and he pitched, I think, 1 inning last game.
Absolutely.
Came in with 1 inning of work, and he's going to come in this inning, in this game, hopefully to get Macon East. We're trying to get Macon East, not hopefully. We're trying to get Macon East out of here. We're going to give up 1 run. And up the bat is Lucas Holman from Macon East. I'm going to give some shout-outs to our sponsors, Greening White & Associates, a Lansart logistics agency that specializes in providing freight shipping solutions whenever you need them. Give them a call as they are an independent Lansart agency. They have access to one of the largest logistics networks in the industry. Also, Terry Johnson Agency, LLC, Home, Auto, Church, and Life. Call Terry Johnson, Jeremy Crosby, and his staff as they're going to find the insurance right for you. 706-324-6360. Also, TerryJohnson.com. Behringer Construction. Everyone's trying to remodel their house these days. Call Glenn Behringer, 706-249, and turn your house into your dream home. And Alliance Specialty Contractors, full coverage, full service, veteran-owned roofing and restoration company, ready to take care of you. Thank you to all the sponsors. And, of course, shout out to Beam. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram and their YouTube page, Beam7. Subscribe there. This is not the only thing. They go all different types of events.
Absolutely. Columbus Rapids.
They're the East Alabama internet, phone, and cable provider.
And I've had a very special relationship with Toygar and Beam for the past almost year and a half. We've called high school football games, Columbus Rapids, Lions.
No, but seriously, though, I appreciate Toygar partnering with us. And this has been a very professional broadcast. And he's making us definitely look good.
Absolutely.
As the many blunders we've had throughout this game. But it's been a lot of fun. And Glenwood is 3 outs away from winning another state championship. Richard, 23. Can you believe that?
I cannot believe it.
Years. And this is year number 51, I think, of existence. And to win 23 state championship, that's almost half the time that they've been a school. That means every other year they're basically winning a state championship. It didn't work out that way, but that is basically how it looks when you're saying 23 championships in 51 years as a school. Lucas Holman up to bat, runners on first and third. Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage, Thrift Behringer and Richard Holdridge. Live on my page and, of course, Beam7 YouTube channel. Glenwood trying to add some insurance. First pitch, Lucas tries to put down the bunt. It goes out of play. Strike one.
He is 1 for 1 in the game with a single, a base on ball, and a sacrifice. So he has one official at bat. But this could be a big inning for Glenwood here in the top of the 7th inning. Already putting up 1 run on the scoreboard to make it 6-3. Yeah, sacrifice bunt in the 5th inning.
1-1 pitch to Holman.
Pitch.
So strike, 1-2.
When you're in a situation like this, you're Glenwood, you want to try to avoid the double play. Do you send the runner from first to try to get the runners in scoring position?
Page over there. I think I would.
We see that a lot.
Especially when it's runners on the corners. That guy always at first takes off, but he's not right there. But that is going to be a foul ball.
Game of inches. Very close.
Very close. Would have been at least 1 run would have scored right there.
You know, Thrift, I would send the runner, especially since the shortstop and the second baseman would not be covering the bag. They're playing infield in, trying to keep that runner at third from scoring.
And you're obviously not throwing it down to get the runner out at second when you got a runner on third. It would take off if you did that.
They want to just keep it just the 1 run here in the 7th.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck out Lucas Holman for the first out of the inning. And here comes center fielder Aaron Burton.
Well, Aaron Burton has had a great game. He's got the double. He's 1 for 3, but that was a huge double. 2 RBI double for Aaron Burton. He was able to come through in the clutch, and it gave Glenwood that necessary insurance runs to make it 3-0. Now they're leading 6-3 here in the top of the 7th. Here with 1 out, trying to lay down the bunt. A smart move, because then you put Macon East on their heels. They got to make a decision. Either throw it at home or try to get the out at second.
Well, you don't have to. And then the thing is, it's not a force play at home either, so the runner does not have to run.
Does not have to run,
so
exactly.
We'll 1-0. Looks like they are trying to get a bunt on. Page takes off. Bunt laid down beautifully.
It's perfect.
They are going to throw it home. Not in time, and the runner scores. Great bunt by Aaron Burton. Good jump by Wyatt Thorpe. Now it's 7-3 Glenwood. And here comes Jackson Griggs, who is 2 for 3 on the day.
Jackson Griggs, he flied out his last at bat, but what a play by Wyatt Tharp. Great jump. He's able to slide head first. He's underneath the tag. We could see it up here from the press box that he was underneath the tag. And a great insurance run so far here for the Glenwood Gators, putting 2 here in the top of the 7th. And why not, Thrift? He's showing bunt there. With one out, sacrificing the runners over to second and third.
It's worked so far, and then it's also,
why not?
I don't think they believe that Tatum can get off the mound quick enough to go over there and make a play. So if they're able to lay down a pretty decent bunt, I think they're worried, and they're thinking that he can't make that play. And there goes ball 2. And that's a bad
heads
throw.
up. Yeah, that's actually a live ball, and they can actually run on that. You make a good point about a pitcher not being able to get off the mound. It reminds me of that 2004 ALCS, Kurt Schilling's bloody sock. The Yankees should have just bunted every time because they knew that he could not get off the mound because
legendary game.
Legendary game, which allowed the Boston Red Sox to come back from 3-0
and break the curse of the Bambino.
Absolutely.
1-0 pitch. Tatum to Jackson Griggs. Griggs pulls back the bunt. Page gets a great jump. Terrible throw, and that's going to mean Jacob Page comes in to score. That's going to bring Burton over to second. And it's right there if you're the catcher. You didn't get it cleanly. It was not a great pitch. At that point, you saw he was safe. Why even trying to make that throw? And that's going to cost Macon East another run. And now down 8-3. I think this lead is it's going to be hard.
It is going to be,
especially when you got an elite pitcher in Brandon McCrane who's going to come in and relieve here in the bottom of the 7th.
And it won't be a save situation, but every out is going to be precious. And Brandon McCrane is coming in the bottom of the 7th.
3-0 pitch.
Possibly.
And then it's going to be strike 1. And then we still have the top of the lineup. Only 1 out here for Glenwood. 8-3. Thank you for everybody tuning in live on Thrift Barrington Facebook page and, of course, Beam 7 YouTube. What a bunt.
That is incredible.
Beautifully laid down. Griggs does get out, but it moves Burton over to third. And that allows a beautiful setup for Lane Griggs to get a hit right here and make it 9-3. 2 outs in the top of the 7th.
1 for 4 with an RBI. He singled, but he has flied out 3 times. And anytime you fly out, that means that you're getting good contact on the ball. You're just not squaring it up where you want it to be, but you're pretty much due to level the swing and get a decent hit. And that's what Lane Griggs wants to try to do here, the top of the order for the Glenwood Gators.
Griggs waiting for his first pitch. That's in for strike 1.
We talked about the insurance runs that Glenwood needed to get in this inning. I mean, it was a 5-3 game. Macon East was making their move. They stranded the bases loaded.
Yeah.
They could have had some big innings.
But an excellent job by Sykes keeping his composure and wits about him to be able to get out of that inning and out of that jam, only giving up 3 runs, and now it's 8-3, possibly about to be 9 with Griggs up to bat, and that goes right underneath the catcher's legs. That's going to bring Aaron Burton in standing up, and it's 9-3 Glenwood.
Glenwood has taken advantage of some costly mistakes by Macon East. Some ill-advised throws, some pass balls, and now 9-3. Glenwood is 3 outs away
from winning a state championship with
but
a 9-3 lead. I don't want to speak anything into, I do want to speak it into existence, but I also don't want to be superstitious and mess it up. So we're going to stop.
Exactly. But really, you just got to take every out at a time here.
And there is ball 1 to make it 2-1 the count. Again, immediately after this game, live on Thrift Barrington Facebook page, you will see a Facebook Live of myself and Richard interviewing Coach Fanning. If Glenwood is able to win this game. 3-1 the pitch, 3-1 the count, excuse me. 2 outs here, 9-3. Glenwood scored four runs in this inning. Huge inning for them. Give them some insurance. That one is strike 2. Make it 3-2.
One more right there, bud.
Pitch, foul back. Good cut right there from Lane Griggs to stay alive.
He is just underneath it. I know he wants to try to pull it into the gap.
Well, last time he hit a high fly ball that he got under and he felt like he should have hit out of the park. We have not seen any home runs. This also is a park that has 380 to dead center, 372 to left center, 364 to right center, and there's ball 4 for a walk and 330 on the lines.
I tell you, you mentioned we have not seen any home runs, but if Pierce Edwards can get on, Jackson Milan, who's 0 for 4 in this game, and we are going to see a new pitcher.
So
all right.
Tatum is going to be done for the day, and they are going to bring in a new pitcher. They're going to bring in number 6, Sawyer Nelson, the senior, to face probably one batter. As Coach Graham is just trying to get out of this inning, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, this really got away from Macon East in this game. You know, giving up those 4 runs in the 7. Otherwise, this was a very tight contested game. And stranding the bases loaded in the bottom of the 4th inning. I think that was the turning point in this game. I think that Tyler Sykes, able to get out of the jam to just give up the 3 runs, was huge for Glenwood. And right now, I mean, Glenwood would love to put on some more runs, but Macon East is just trying to get out of this inning.
But I think you're right, Richard. The last 2 innings, only giving up 3 runs. It could have been more. You had a surmountable lead. I would say 5-0 is a pretty decent lead, especially the way Sykes has been pitching. But then to score these 4 runs in the top of the 7th, that is a backbreaker. That pretty much killed the soul, I would think, of the Macon East guys, knowing that scoring 6 runs, albeit not impossible, is a very tall task to ask of.
Especially when you got Glenwood's closer coming into the game. Even though I'd like to see Tyler Sykes finish the game.
Yeah.
But the decision was already made, especially when they did
That's not happening.
Yeah, exactly. Well, when Coach Fanning made the decision to put the pinch hitter in, then that. But yeah, he has over 100 pitches. I mean, you rarely see a pitcher pass 100 pitches. But yeah, he did a great job, and his final 6 innings of work, giving up the 3 runs, definitely in route for the win. But Tyler Sykes pitched a great game. But yeah, we're going to see the closer in the bottom of the 7th inning for Glenwood.
All right. Pierce Edwards is up now, and Edwards is 1 for 3 on the day with a walk and a single in the first inning.
And has done a great job behind the plate as well for the Glenwood Gators. Just love him in that 2-hole right before Jackson Milam.
And that pitch is going to be hit to center field. Kitchen's going to get right under it in 1 pitch, 1 out. And now Glenwood is 3 outs away from winning a state championship. They score 4 insurance runs in the top of the 7th. 9-3. We head to the bottom half of what could be the last inning of the season for Glenwood and Macon East. Thurip Behringer, Richard Holdridge Live, Sports Vision High School Playoff coverage on Beam 7 YouTube channel and Thurip Behringer page. Be right back after this. Welcome back here to Patterson Field. We are 3 outs away from calling Glenwood a state champion for 2023, their 23rd state championship in school history, 9th, as Coach Fanning is trying to get his 9th state championship since taking over the program back in 2004. They had a long stretch where they didn't win a state championship.
Since 2017.
And he took over a program that was not terrible, but just not living up to the standards that Glenwood had set from 73 to 93 when they won, 12, 13 state championships then.
Exactly.
But Coach Fanning has got the premier program. Everyone is trying to match with them. I know we talk about Coach Smith at Calvary. He's got 5. Bobby Howard, he has several, like 8. But Tim Fanning's about to be in a class of his own, getting his 9th state championship. Especially in the Alabama area.
But speaking of state champions, to the left of us is head coach Dusty Perdue. He's got his tent. He was up there as I won a state championship for the boys basketball team and girls. He's got, 5?
Oh, you seen?
I did see him briefly, but I think he went to the back.
If I'd have known that, I wouldn't go over and said, hey, to Big Dog. All right, first batter up is the leadoff hitter, Gunnar Justice, and on the mound is Brandon McCrane.
And Brandon McCrane, he's only pitched in 2 innings. He's got a 3.50 ERA.
That first one is inside for ball 1.
He has not seen a lot of action, but he does have good stuff.
Yep.
Justice is 2 for 3 in this game, and he lined out in the one time. That was a huge play to get that double play, but he's got 2 singles.
And there is, they're going to say ball 2 to make it 2-0.
Yeah, there was 2 plays that really were the game-changing events. Lane Griggs with the line drive caught, throw it to first for the double play. And then the bottom of the 4th, making each stranding the bases loaded.
2-0 pitch. Fouled back. Out of play to make it 2-1.
Here at Patterson Field in Montgomery, Alabama. Familiar territory for these Glenwood teams. The football team played a state championship here in Montgomery. Basketball team won a state championship here in Montgomery.
McCrane, and there's a swing and a miss for strike 2 to make it 2-2. Glenwood trying to win another state championship for another sport. And McCrane, 2-2 the count. Pitch on the way, low for ball 3. Full count now. I don't think McCrane wants to start off with the leadoff walk. He does have insurance. They are up 6 right now, 9-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Three-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 and a first leadoff strikeout for Brandon McCrane. And that was a good off-speed pitch. Had my man Gunnar Justice second guessing himself. He did a little half swing right there, and now Matthew Kitchens is up, and Glenwood's 2 outs away.
And Kitchens 0 for 2. He had a sacrifice fly. Remember, he hit the gapper that Aaron Burton was able to catch, but that was a trade in the run. He got an RBI on that play.
And there's strike 1. Did he go? No. They're going to say that he was pointing for strike. That was pointing to see if he went. He did not. Makes it 1-0.
Just to be mindful that the heart of the order is coming up after Kitchens. It's Boroff, Spieth, McKinney, the 3, 4, 5 hitters. I mean, these are the batters that you want at the plate if you're making East, but you're down 9-3. If they were only down 5-3, that would be a different scenario. But Glenwood getting the insurance runs in the 7th was huge.
1-0 pitch, and he hits him right in the back. That's going to put Kitchens on first base, and here comes Jay Boroff, who has been hit by a pitch. Excuse me, not by a pitch. He has 2 singles, and he's 2 for 3 on the day so far.
And one of their best hitters, Boroff, he was hit by a pitch in the first game too, so he's walked twice in that first game. He knows how to get on base, but he wants to try to get a gapper to get the base runner home. No home runs in this game, Thrift, and I'm not shocked. I mean, it's 380 to dead center.
Right.
I mean, this is a minor league ballpark. I mean, this is definitely one of those parks where
It's going to be hard to hit home runs, especially
Absolutely.
for high school hitters. 0-1 pitch. McCrane likes the sign. That one is stopped.
Good job by Edwards stopping it.
Good job by Pierce.
Looks like the wind now is blowing towards left field, slightly. We have not had wind all day, and it looks like the sun's starting to come out as well.
1-1 the count. Pitch for strike 2, outside corner. Good pitch by Brandon McCrane to make it 1-2. He did hit Matthew Kitchen, so there is a runner on first base. McCrane checks, gets the sign, looks over at first. 1-2 pitch on the way, and that one's hit right to Jackson Milam. He gets under it, and Glenwood is 1 out away from a state championship. McCrane, nice job right there. Basically jamming up Jay Boroff with an inside pitch. Gets in on him and hits it inside of the bat. That's a little blooper right to Milam for the second out of the inning.
Barrett Spaeth coming in. He is 1 for 3. He did double in the 4th inning, but he has flied out and popped out.
McCrane. First pitch. Almost hits him, and that's definitely looking like a wild pitch right there.
Definitely a wild pitch.
That will move the runner from first to second, which I don't think anyone from Glenwood cares about that, considering they're up by 6. And all they need is one more out.
1 out.
Excellent day of baseball for Glenwood. You got the whole section standing up right now, and they are ready to explode.
Absolutely.
And I'm ready to talk with Coach Fanning what this means to him, everything he's gone through over the last 4 or 5 years, and finally get another state championship. 1-0. The pitch from McCrane. In. They're going to say ball.
Very close pitch. But
he's going to ask, did he swing?
I don't think he swung.
And my man is putting in seeds out in the field. So there was.
He was like,
I don't even know why you. And
why
listen,
are you
as a
asking
former
me?
umpire, do not point at me knowing I'm not looking. Put me on the spot like that. He's got seeds in his hand. 2-0 count. 3-0.
And WRBL and WTVM both have got their cameras ready. Just a big shout out to them, covering these 2 games, making the trip to Montgomery.
Appreciate them. Appreciate all the people that were able to be here, and especially Beam, as we are in partnership with them. And there is a 4-pitch walk to make it first and second. And here comes the starter for game 2. We started the game, I thought, pretty good in the first 3 innings, only giving up 1 run. Then he had that 4th inning when he gave up 3. Timeout, Glenwood. Now, runners on first and second, 2 outs for Thad McKinney.
0 for 3 in the game with a ground out and 2 strikeouts. Only a sophomore. I thought he pitched very well. Like he gave up some of the runs, but as a game 2 starter, I mean, he was able to get some innings where he got a 1-2-3 inning. I mean, that's really all you can ask for your starter, who's just going to continue getting better. I mean, he's only a sophomore.
Only a sophomore. By the way, Brandon McCrane, only a junior. Mason McCrane, only a sophomore. Lucas Holman, Milam, those are the seniors on this team. Jacob Page. First pitch to McKinney. He's low for ball 1.
You can see the Glenwood fan base on the third base line still standing. They got their phones out, too.
Trying to capture this moment. 1-0 pitch in for strike 1 to make it 1-1.
Great pitch down the middle. Brandon McCrane, really, he's got closer stuff. I mean, he's looked great here in this inning.
1-1 pitch to McKinney. Outside for ball 2. McCrane trying to come up clutch yet again, this time on the mound. 2-1 pitch on the way. Foul back. And this could be the last strike of the season for both teams. 2-2, 2 outs, first and second. Glenwood up 9-3. The 2-2 pitch. He hits that one. Burton's going to run. He makes the play, and the Glenwood Gators win their 23rd state championship in 2023. Coach Tim Fanning's 9th state championship. They end the season with a record of 45-4, an unbelievable playoff run, 6-0 in the playoffs. Won a majority of the games by double digits, and they just won their 23rd state championship in school history. Unbelievable, Richard.
Incredible moment for all the Glenwood alumni, students that are here in Montgomery, for you, Thrift, being Glenwood being your alma mater. Glenwood, first time since 2017, 23 state champions, and then the celebration out there on the mound. Just an incredible series and an incredible season for the Glenwood Gators.
Incredible season. It's going to go down in the books as one of the more dominant seasons in Glenwood history. Unbelievable pitching performance by Tyler Sykes, Jacob Page, and Brandon McCrane. Great hitting performance by Brandon McCrane, who was 5 for 6 on the day. And, man, it's just awesome to see this. Glenwood winning their 23rd state championship, 9th under Coach Tim Fanning. We are going to end the broadcast. Thank you to all our sponsors that made this possible. Greeny White and Associates, Terry Johnson Agency, LLC, Alliance Specialty Contractors, and Behringer Construction. Thank you all for what you do. This is Sports Vision's high school playoff coverage live on Beam 7 YouTube channel, the internet, phone, and cable provider of East Alabama. From Toygar to Richard Holdridge, I'm Thrift Behringer saying thank you so much. Glenwood, state champions once again. We'll see you later.
a big round of applause for an outstanding season. We'll begin our award ceremony first with our all-tournament team. We have from Macon East Academy, Gunnar Justice. Also from Macon East, Barrett Spate. Also from Macon East, Gabe Ball. We have from Glenwood School, Jacob Page. Also from Glenwood School, Wyatt Tharp. From Glenwood School, Aaron Burton. From Glenwood School, Brandon McClain.
That's the only one that.
One more round of applause for these young men. Congratulations. At this time, we'll begin our team awards. Our Class 3A 2023 state runner-up, the Knights from Macon East Academy. And your Class 3A 2023 state champ, the Gators from Glenwood School.
What was that? Who's this? To our team. Because that's how they are.
Again, Cody has pictures for sale, team pictures out in the breezeway. Also, he'll be taking pictures here of both teams. So you ask, please stay off the field. Thank you.
Way to go, boys! Woohoo! Way to be classy!